It is 5:45. Good afternoon, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention Board of Directors meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, and it's approximately 5:45 in the afternoon. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. We have 3 out of the 5 council members present. Mr. Orozco has been excused. He's out of town. And Mr. Bradshaw, I'm sure, is on his way and will join us shortly. But we can go ahead and begin so we can stay on time. So we have citizens to be heard. Agenda item number 2, any citizens to be heard on this agenda item in the chambers? Okay, seeing no one, then we will move then to the consent agenda. Consent agenda item 3.1, consideration of the following crime control and prevention minutes. September 5th, 2023. Are there any changes or additions or corrections to those minutes? From the council. All right. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda minutes?
Make a motion we approve as read.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Heil to approve consent agenda item number 3, which were last year's minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then we're moving then to regular agenda item 4.1. Conduct a public hearing on the City of Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention fiscal year 2024-25 budget. And we have our Chief of Police, David Gonzalez, here this evening to present. Welcome, Chief. Thank you, sir. If you'll begin. Thank you.
Operating expenditures, operating revenue, the funds
paid. Okay.
Everybody get a chance to look at that?
Okay, yeah, we sure did. Chief, thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to have a public hearing in just I guess I'll open up the public hearing and then ask for the council's comment. Let's go ahead and do that. So at 5:49, this is a public hearing. Does anyone have any? I'm going to open it at 5:49. And does anyone have any questions or comments on this proposed budget for the crime control for fiscal year 25? Seeing no one, then I will close the public hearing and ask if there's any questions or comments from my colleagues on the dais. I do have just one question. I was just noticing that our ending fund balance is $773,483, which is unencumbered. And I was wondering, do you have any plans for spending that money? And if so, what?
Eventually you will.
Okay, so
the 770. So like this year, we have 1 police officer being funded out of your forfeiture account. But if that account dwindles, that's where we would be offering back to you, move it back to your crime control prevention.
Okay, I just.
And so because you're only sitting at like 123,000 in the good in your forfeiture account, but you can only use those funds in the police department. And so we put a police officer over there for this year, but next year, for whatever reason, if we don't get anything, then you have to move that officer, which is 100,000, back into crime control. You purchase vehicles out of here, city equipment out of there. Again, you're going to have radio purchases next year in the amount of $1 million, and I'd like to be able to split that among the accounts. So
okay, I guess I didn't realize that this fund was flexible, that you could move it. You know what I'm saying? Well, like red light cameras and traffic, you have to spend it just for that. Yes, exactly, so,
Crime control is anything to do with crime control prevention, anything that supports crime control prevention. So officers, your radios are gonna support the officer that's patrolling that area, police car for that, your crime control area, so.
yeah, okay. Because this is a special district, I didn't realize we could move it to general fund to cover those kind of. So thank you for that right? Like $1 million worth of,
So if you have $1 million worth of radios, I'm
Yeah.
splitting it between just general fund, but your
Yeah.
crime control, your
Okay.
forfeiture account, your red light
Good to
camera
know.
account, your traffic account. So it's not gonna be split evenly, your
Right.
majority of the hit is gonna come from your capital general fund reserve, but some of that will be paid in some of these other funds.
okay. Learn something new every day. All righty, thank you. Yes, Mr. Campos.
And just for clarification, this 773, 728 is really part of the ending general fund reserve. Is it a
It's
separate
a
account?
separate account, that's why I was asking.
Separate
Yeah,
account, your ending fund balance for crime control.
definitely.
And so when we go through the public hearing, I normally only give you a few slides on it, but according to the code, we've got to you act as the board for crime control, he acts as the director, the city secretary acts as your secretary, the finance director acts as your treasurer for the board. And that's just the way.
Right. Yeah, that was my point. Mr. Martinez.
Is there any plans on public information flyers or anything to disseminate to the public on crime prevention or?
We do that in the Lions Roar. We do that in every week. E-news. We do it periodically during the year. Yes, we do all those
But
things.
these funds can be used for that too.
Yes,
Correct.
the flyers aren't a great attack on crime prevention. A couple of programs we are currently looking at, we're just trying to see whether or not we need to leverage it for possibly a grant, and so it can be cheaper than some additional programs. But handing out lock your cars in a flyer hasn't shown to be effective. All you're doing is wasting paper print. You can put that in your e-news, you can put that in your line drawer, and it's just as effective as sending out flyers. But there's other things that we can do to assist with crime prevention, and so it's something that we've got a little bit of a plan. You're just gonna have to be a little patient with us, but I need a little money to do that, and so that's one of the reasons we've been building.
Okay, very good. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, may I have a motion to approve this crime control budget for FY25?
Mayor, I move to approve this crime control district budget.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve the presented crime control and prevention budget for 2025. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. And at this time, we will move to adjourn at 5:54, and we will stand in recess until 6 o'clock when we begin the next regular meeting. Thank you. All right. Excuse me?
It's a good call on the 5:45.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. And good afternoon. Councilor Bradshaw, we're glad you're here. Okay.
Last week I was but I don't use that. I don't use this one. When I do it, I don't use that. I use it. The one that you originally had. That was you see the new words.
Who showed you twice already?
Who did it twice? It didn't work. No problem. Yeah. It's stuff to give on it.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're about ready to begin. Good afternoon, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, August 20th, 2024, and it's approximately 6 p.m., and it's also very hot out there. I don't know about y'all. I think it's 105, so I hope everybody stays cool and stays hydrated. As you can see, we do have a quorum. Mr. Roscoe is excused. He's out of town today, and I wanted to ask our new council member, Betty Heil, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if y'all would please stand. Thank you. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, thank you. Agenda item 2, citizens to be heard. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council? Usually on items that are not on the council agenda, since you can speak then at each item. But anyway, you have up to 3 minutes to speak, and please come to the podium and state your name and where you generally reside. Okay, Mr. Matthews, please come on up. Good to see you this evening.
Charlie Matthews, Seneca West. Good evening, members of council. I had a question. Simple question. At the last meeting, it was asked if we could have a request that we have a full council for any votes tonight on different agenda items. I won't mention any in particular, and I'd like to see that if it's done. I don't know how it's done, but can we, if we could do that
You
tonight.
bring up a good point, and I think I'll ask the city manager. We did get an email from Mr. Orozco and a second by Mr. Bradshaw, and I'll go ahead and let you explain what they said.
So they both requested that the item be put back on the agenda. And so the council could take a vote to table if they so choose. Somebody would have to raise that motion when that agenda item came up, and they could raise that motion and they could vote on that motion, or they don't have to. They have a full quorum this evening to make that decision.
But Mr. Orozco and Mr. Bradshaw said to please proceed tonight for the vote. That's what the request was. Okay, yeah.
Second it and all
Okay.
that. Thank you.
But again, if somebody wants to
Wants to do that,
table it,
yes,
they
ma'am.
could. Okay, very good. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Okay, very good. So then we'll move to presentations. I don't believe we have, do we have? Yes, Denise. No. Denise Kelly from Holt Cat. Is she here this evening? I have a proclamation, and Sandra Pasolet, the city secretary, wasn't sure if she was going to show. All right, since she's not here, what I'll do is we will mail her that proclamation the first week of September is National Payroll Appreciation Week, and I just wanted to shout out our payroll administrator, Angela Trejo, does an outstanding job here for our city, so I just want to give her some kudos there. So, but we'll mail that to Miss Holt, that proclamation. All right, so we'll move then to agenda item 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider accepting a grant from the Channing's Joy Foundation for the construction and installation of communication boards in all city parks. And we have Melinda Moritz, our Public Works Director, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and
Yes.
City Council. And as you said, this is to consider accepting a grant from Channing's Joy Foundation for the construction and installation of communication boards at all of our city park playgrounds. This would benefit nonverbal children and their caregivers in communicating with each other at the playgrounds. So we received a request from a resident to accept a grant to install one communication board over at Raymond Rimkus Park. This is for autistic children and other nonverbal persons so that they would have an easier time communicating with their caregiver. Well, after I discussed it with them, I said, do you think they would consider giving us one at each one of the parks? And so they went and asked, and sure enough, they decided that they could go ahead and grant for all the playgrounds.
So how many is that, Melinda?
4.
4, okay.
So it'd be Old Mill Park, the Silo Park, Raymond Rimkus Park, and the Ridge at Leon Valley Park.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And so this is what a communication board looks like. Here's all the little symbols, and here's a little explanation of how to use the board. The boards are made of all-weather sign with wood or metal posts affixed very low to the ground with customizable symbols, so we can customize it to each one of the playgrounds. Some of them have different type of equipment, so we want to make sure we included that kind of symbol.
Okay.
So they've got a slide, a merry-go-round, a home, characters in action, those kinds of things, and then the explanation of the use. And as we said, it's geared towards nonverbal children and other persons, specifically for those on the autism spectrum. Ms. Manley is here, and
good.
she would donate her time to customizing the signboards for each one of the
Okay,
playgrounds.
great.
Here's just a closer look and at a child who's actually using one. This is, is his name Liam? Channing. So this is Channing of Channing's Joy Foundation, and that's who the foundation was named after.
Okay.
So the boards make communication less stressful for the kids. As you know, at a playground, there's all kinds of chaos going on, kids on slides, kids running around. And so this board makes the communication less stressful. They just point to the symbol and communicate with their caregiver. It's also, I think, going to be really useful for kids between 2 and 4, and they may even make a game out of it. You know, you get 2 little kids playing together and then pointing and then laughing at the symbols. Leon Valley would be the first city in Bexar County to include these in public playgrounds.
Awesome.
There are some at schools, but none that a city has actually installed.
Wonderful.
And this furthers the city council's goal of being ADA compliant and all-inclusive playgrounds. The foundation is donating the boards, including the installation, to the city. We would have to maintain them, but they are commercial-grade signs, all-weather, and so I think they'll last for years. The parents of persons with disabilities pay property and sales taxes that are used to support the city's parks, so inclusion of these boards will assist their children in using the park equipment. And staff does recommend accepting the grant, and I do have Ms. Manley here.
Oh,
If y'all
I'd
have
love
any
to meet her.
questions.
Let's hear. Hi, Jessica. How are you? Because I know I sat down with the manager when we were going over the agenda last week, and I said, "Now, how do we get this grant?" And she said it was a resident.
Yes.
So nice to meet you,
Hi.
and thank you so much for your leadership in presenting this. Do you have families that?
Yes, I have a
Okay.
5-year-old son. His name is Finn, and he is
Okay.
autistic. He was diagnosed at 3,
Okay.
nonverbal. Now, I'm so thankful and grateful to say that he has limited speaking. So he is learning not only to speak English, but he also has taught himself to speak 8 other languages.
No.
So by the age of 3, he was speaking Russian, Turkish, English, Spanish.
Oh my
And
gosh.
Mandarin. He's taught himself some French, some Japanese, and some Korean since then. So he's very bright, but communication for him is different. And so an AAC device, or these communication boards, we started with that in therapy, and it really, really began to open up his world. And he has 2 friends that also use an AAC device to communicate, and he also found it easier to communicate with them through technology rather than the one-on-one. It's intimidating to have people look at you, mostly when you're little and you communicate different. So these boards will open up so much to a child on the spectrum because that intimidation is gone. Now they get to point, and they can point at several things, and their parents get to see them communicating with them. So for someone like myself and my husband, that's magical. So.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I'm so happy and pleased that we're able to help those youngsters who are nonverbal. And then also, like Melinda said, I can see my granddaughter going over there playing, Nana, what's this? You know, so, I mean, it's going to open up.
It's a wonderful, I think, a way to show other children that different types of communication exist. So when they go to
Exactly.
school and they see students that maybe are nonverbal or have an AAC device, it's not scary to them or different. It's just
Yeah.
a part of what we see in our day-to-day life, which I think our children on the spectrum deserve
You
that
bet.
anyway,
You
just to
bet.
be able to feel like they belong in our community and our society. So I feel that this would be so exciting for them to see the way they communicate in their parks, which all kids love parks. And there are also nonverbal adults who may have children
sure, that's
who can
true.
also speak to their children through these devices.
Exactly.
So I would love to help and volunteer in any way. I will even
Well, thank
volunteer
you.
time to clean the signs if
Oh,
needed. I
okay.
can take care of that for you.
Well, you know, I was also thinking maybe because you went through the park commission, correct? Maybe you'd like to serve on the Park Commission. 'Cause I know we
Oh, I
have,
have to see
we
about
have a
that.
volunteer spot. so
I'm
we'd love
always here to
for that.
help with when it comes to advocacy for the
Okay.
autism. We also
Great.
work with a nonprofit that provides pop-up like sensory tents for events that we have that maybe kids need a quiet zone. We can work with them to help you provide that on 4th of July or on other parties that y'all
Excellent.
have. That way, again, people have a space to take a break.
Wonderful. Thank you so
Great.
much,
Thank
Jessica.
you.
Let me see if there's any other questions or
yeah.
comments from my colleagues. If not, then what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item? Go ahead, Mr. Campos.
I'd just like to tell you thank you
Yeah.
for this grant opportunity, number one.
Yes.
Melinda, do we have an idea more or less where the signs would be located within each park?
Right next to the playgrounds. We have Biba boards up right now that it's a special game kids play at the park, so we would put those right next to it so that they're close enough to the playground where the child can run over, tap a symbol, and then go back.
Excellent. All righty. Wonderful.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you, Jessica. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, I'm looking at you, Mr. Bradshaw.
Say thank you again.
Yeah.
And I'd like to make a motion that we approve this.
Okay.
Right.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Campos to approve this grant from the Channing Joy Foundation for the construction and installation of communication boards in 4 of our city parks. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I just want to make a comment. This is another first for Leon Valley. Leon Valley, for our little city, has a lot of firsts in Bexar County. So thank you, and for another first.
Okay. All righty. You bet. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Again, thank you again. So nice to have met you. All right, then we will move then to agenda item 3.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action to award the fiscal year 2025 group insurance bid for employee medical, dental, and life insurance provided by Gallagher Benefit Services. And we have Lisa Hernandez, oops, no, we don't.
Switch.
I was going to say our HR director here to present, but we've got Dr. Caldera.
Yeah, and
second best. No, I'm just teasing.
I'll take second best among
Okay.
all my staff.
Yeah.
I'll take 10th best.
Okay.
So the reason that I'm presenting this item is because this is a little bit slightly unconventional of what I'm requesting. And essentially what we're doing is Blue Cross Blue Shield came in at the clincher.
I can't believe it. We were looking at a 34, those of you that have not been here the whole summer, 34% increase in our medical, and it came in at 16.8. I thought that was awesome.
It actually came in at 12.
12,
so I want to
but,
make
I
it,
mean, you combined it, yeah.
So what I didn't want to do was what Blue Cross Blue Shield essentially did was said, look, we're going to go ahead and pass the rate along to the most utilized plans. And the majority of the employees are on employee child, employee, and employee spouse. The most utilized one is employee child. So if you take a look at the increase for next year, if we were to take Blue's rate straight out the gate, it would have been an increase to our staff by $311, which I didn't want to do. And so what I decided was if council would be okay, y'all budgeted in the budget $950 per employee per month. So you're still saving money. And the budget tonight with the $244,000 that you're sitting in the good reflects this $818.28. And so if we raise the premium amount that the city council will cover, it will be $818 per month. And so it would not impact the employee child coverage. And so essentially for those that pick employee only coverage, they will pay you will pay $783, but we have to budget worst case scenario that everybody's going to pick up a dependent care coverage. So your premium would be $818.28. And so if the council agrees to pay the $818, that will not have any impact really on the employees that select employee child coverage. And so you've not ever done this before. You normally just take the rate straight out the gate. But because what Blue did in order to try to get the minimum cost down for the city, they shifted that on to the employee portion. And with that, some of those are pretty high for them. And so all I'm saying is instead of going up, like that would have gone up $1,200.
for some of the employees. They can't afford that. And so instead, they would only go up $102, $32, and then no cost if the council would agree to pay the $818.
Okay.
And again, I still think that you're going to save money because you are going to have people on the plan that just cover themselves. And so you're only going to have to pay that $783 for those individuals. But again, I have to budget like if everybody's going to pick dependent care coverage.
Right.
'cause
And
we don't
this
know what
is
that's gonna be.
medical, dental,
And
and
life
life.
insurance,
So
correct.
it's a package.
Well, this
Okay.
one is just for the medical. Your
Oh,
total
okay.
premium cost overall for everything is, I saw it somewhere. Oh, $845.69.
Okay. And there's that 16%.
Yeah.
That I
So it
saw
would have been a
in the packet.
16% increase
Yeah.
instead of, but we were looking at 34%, and we were hovering at 20 with all the plans, even with United. United came down. One of the plans they did offer, which I do think eventually we probably will look at going to one of those unconventional plans in the future if we keep having this type of utilization increase. I mean, we had a 412% utilization increase in just health coverage this year. If the staff continues on that trend, then that may be one of those plans that we need to seriously take a look at for next year. So I'm not opposed to any of those plans, but in an effort to not impact the staff as much and to keep y'all's rates, within a reasonable manner, this worked out fairly well.
Mhm. And I think another point was that you're not changing companies. You're staying with the
I mean,
same company,
that's a
which is
benefit
good.
to them
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Nobody likes change.
Right. Nobody likes change. Okay. Any questions, Councilor Campos, for Dr. Caldera on the medical insurance issue?
Dr. Caldera, how many employees would this cover?
So for employee child right now, again, that could change. That goes up and that fluctuates. It's about 66 employees.
Okay. And so total cost, I noticed that there wasn't a total to say this is, you said per person, but not by the number. So 66 times that 845?
So no. So it would be employee child. It would be $1,095.93.
That would be the city's
No,
portion?
the city's portion would be $818.28.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, yeah. You only cover the employee.
Right.
The employee covers their dependent care coverage.
And I really applaud you for this, the way you've structured this. You know, when you're an employee and you're then going to get potentially a 2% merit and 3% cost of living.
It would have
and
all
your
gone here.
Insurance goes up astronomically. You're actually going to work for the next year at a deficit.
Correct.
So I applaud that we're doing this for the employees. So thank you.
Cool.
Very good. All right. Any other questions from my colleagues? Okay. We are able to vote on this tonight. And so what is the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the insurance bid for employees' medical and dental provided by Gallagher Benefit Services.
All right.
I don't know if I need to go more specific.
Nope, that's it.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve the 2025 group insurance bid for employee dental, medical, and life insurance provided by Gallagher Benefit Services.
As presented.
Excuse me?
As presented.
As presented. Yes. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much,
appreciate
and
it.
I'm so
One more
glad to
thing.
save us some
One
money here.
item, Councilor Roscoe did mention that he is watching online, so I know there was some conversation earlier about whether or not he is watching, so he is hearing comments this evening. He just can't be here virtually for it. So I just want
Okay,
to make
very
that
good. Hi, Mr. Orozco. Okay, we say hello to you. Hope you're having a good time wherever you may be. All right, agenda item number 4 is announcements by the mayor and city council, and I've got some announcements. Okay. All right. You know, I just want to still urge our citizens to try to come together on Leon Valley Night Out, which is October the 1st. And I know we've advertised it online and in the Lions Roar. Our deadline is September 13th by 5 p.m. You got to fill out a form so that the chief can organize the event. But again, it's a way of getting to know your neighbors. And I got an email today from a gentleman who said he was wondering how it would prevent crime. And then he also he was concerned about sharing information among your neighbors. But I think that, your neighbors, you all know, how to do it. So it's up to each individual party, I think. But I had an example about preventing crime because my neighbor saw a lady and her granddaughter cutting cactus at my house, and he was like, "Oh no, who's over there at Chris Riley's house?" And so it ended up just being the lady that helps me every 2 weeks, And so, but he was concerned, and so that's we communicated, we worked it out. But again, that's how you help each other, and that's how you help prevent crime. So that's just an example. The pool. I asked Melinda this evening about the pool. The Forest Oaks pool will be open the last 2 weekends in August and the 4 weekends in September on Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., regular hours. And on Labor Day, it's free. So please take advantage of the pool, especially in this hot weather. I wanted to congratulate Dave Demeline. He applied for a grant or an award, and the City of Leon Valley was awarded the 2024 Arboricultural Project of the Year for the planting of 144 trees at Driggers Elementary last fall. And so congratulations to Dave. That was just, I just couldn't believe it. And Bare Branches Alliance, who helped partner with us to get the trees and organize it, need to be commended as well. So thank you for that. Last week, I was not able to attend the grand opening of the River City Federal Credit Union, and I thank my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Campos, and the rest of the council who attended, so thank you. Instead, I went to the Bexar County Budget Workshop. And that's a whole nother, we think we have a big budget with, $14 million? The county's budget last year it was $2.96 billion. So, and they service 1,256 square miles, and they have a population of over 2 million. And their tax rate is 0.2999, and they pride themselves that they haven't raised their rate in over 30 years. So but anyway, they wanted to get input from the citizens, and and they have not approved their budget, but instead they tried to solicit, they did a budget survey, so now I've given that to the manager. I thought maybe we could adapt it next year for our needs. But the judge was very appreciative of the collaboration that we've had in a lot of different projects. I think if you read the manager's report, we got a $1.3 million grant for El Verde through ARPA funds that's replacing the sewer lines. So the county is really cognizant about working with the suburban cities in meeting our needs, because we couldn't afford it, but they were able to help us out there. And then he also mentioned the homeless initiative. And the manager and I are going to be meeting with the Haven for Hope director in mid-September, but we got just a preliminary report. It was just, I was at a function, and Robert Rana came up and said, "Mayor, we've already made 11 contacts with unsheltered people, and we've placed 2 in housing accommodations, and then there was an additional gentleman and his child that were also able to get into Haven for Hope." So I think that speaks volumes, that we have taken that initiative to try to help people and to help themselves through this program. So anyway, thank you, Council, for your commitment to providing some funding for this program. And so, I was just thrilled. But we'll know more about it, and I think we had asked for a quarterly report, so we will get that quarterly report in the near future. So thank you for that. Okay, I think that's it. Yes, sir. Mr. Campos.
So, Mayor, I wanted to update the citizens. We did go to this grand opening of River City Federal Credit Union, and we're not talking about a branch, okay? We're talking about their headquarters here.
Oh, gosh.
And it is a pretty large complex with plenty of employees that are coming, and they're hiring more. This credit union has got a great facility. If you know where, it's off of Warsbach Road, AT&T used to store their trucks in this gated area on the other side of Bandera Road, behind the Taco Cabana in that area. Beautiful facility, set up so well. They have a great vision on where they want to go with lending to women, to minorities, to all types of individuals who need financial resources. It was fantastic in what their vision is for the future. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Ray Orozco, who's listening to us, Betty Heil, Benny Martinez, and I attended, as well as our staff. We want to thank Crystal Caldera, our city manager, who was there, Crystal Miranda, and Roque Salinas. It was a great ribbon-cutting ceremony. They had plenty of people to take photos and commemorate that event. They had tacos for people in a taco truck. You know, they had mariachis.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a well-planned event. So, and for Roque and Crystal, thank you for what you provided that evening. Not only the video, but the things that we handed out to commemorate that particular grand opening. So, great job. Thank you. Thank you all.
Well, doggone, I'm sorry I missed it, but I felt like, you know, Bexar County was important too, so it was one of those choices. So, but thank you. Great representation. Thank you, thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
One thing, Councilor, excuse me, forgot to mention, is this credit union is not just U.S. based. They have members all over the world. In fact, in their big meeting room, they have flags for the different countries that they loan money to. So it's a major a credit union. So it's going to be very, very good neighbor for them to be in Leon Valley. The other thing is tomorrow, the Northwest San Antonio Chamber is having their monthly luncheon at Saltgrass in Helotes at, corner, or Bandera and 1604 from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. That's all. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you all very much. So then we will move then to agenda item number 4, which is the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera, what would you like to say?
Yes, the city manager's report is online. I've emailed it to y'all, and it's outside for those that want a hard copy. The only thing I'll add is I wanted to congratulate Dave Demeline. He did receive the CDBG grant in the amount of $239,000 for the Camingway project. National Night Out is online, so please fill out that form if you're going to be a host for National Night Out, and we'll get you assigned a place in your yard. And so up until this morning, we haven't had one person sign up for National Night Out. So.
Okay.
I want to thank everybody that donated to the back to school donation drive that the fire department was putting on. And then I just wanted to note, I may have presented the health insurance item, but Lisa's the one that did all the work for that. So I didn't want to take credit for that. So, but again, I wanted to thank everybody for participating in the back to school drive. It was well participated in. So thank y'all very much.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Then moving on to the consent agenda, 6.1 through 6.11. Is there any item that any of the council would like to pull for discussion? Okay, seeing no one, may I have a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion. We accept it as presented.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Heil to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.11 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to note for the record that Mr. Campos selected Ann Sawyer to serve on the CPAC committee, and that's been noted on the ordinance. But
Okay, very
I just
good.
wanted to make that clear because it's not on the agenda item.
And that was agenda item
9, under
There you
consent
go.
agenda. But I just wanted to
6.9.
make sure
Thank
it's
you.
on the record and
Okay,
verbalized.
on the record. All right, great. And welcome to Ann Sawyer for that appointment. All right, we're going to move to the regular agenda, 7.1. And it's 6:32. All right, let me read that. And number 1, 7.1, discussion and possible action on an ordinance rezoning approximately 30 acres of land from R1 single-family dwelling and RE1 residential estate zoning districts to a planned development district PDD with R6 garden home district-based zoning on a 19.614 acre tract being lots 1 and 2, Block 1, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estates subdivision, and an unplatted 11.37 acre tract being parcel 13, abstract 432, CB 4430, located in the 6500 block of Samaritan Drive and a portion surrounded by Aid, Samaritan, Grass Hill, and William Rancher Streets, Leon Valley, Texas. Councilor Ray Orozco and Councilor Will Bradshaw. And our first read was on August the 6th, and so we are able to vote on this tonight unless there's a motion to table it to another date. And Mindy Teague is
No,
not-
Mindy's under the weather.
Okay,
and
I'm so sorry.
she couldn't be here this evening. And so y'all have already heard this agenda item. There's no changes from the last PowerPoint presentation. It's the same site plan. So it's up to y'all. I can go through Mindy's presentation. I have Melinda here as backup and support just in case I missed something. So it's up to the council if y'all want to relive that presentation or not, or if y'all want to go straight into the public hearing. Completely up to you.
Well, there's not a public hearing. We had a
I'm
public
sorry.
hearing last
If
time,
you
but I
just wanna
do want
open
to
it
hear
up
from the
to
citizens
citizens.
if they'd still like
Yes, ma'am.
to share. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Campos. I'd like to hear from the citizens, but what else would you say?
So I was reviewing the packet and I reviewed Mindy's presentation. And one thing that I did not see highlighted in Mindy's presentation is that we're under the impression that there's going to be 2 trees per lot. But in what is proposed in Mr. Shahadi's plan is that if there is a lot that is narrower than 40 feet, then there's only going to be 1 tree planted. Okay,
Melinda,
and
can you
that wasn't-
confirm that? Is that accurate? Yes, no?
And I know there's 144 30-foot wide homes, so that means there's just be 1 on that?
Right.
That's
Okay.
correct. Yes.
Okay, and so that wasn't highlighted. I just wanted to point that out to my colleagues.
Okay.
And so any discussion now, or do we want to hear from, do you want me to wait till the citizens to be heard?
Okay, well, we could do that. I'm sorry. It's 144 lots that are 30-foot wide, so that means there's only going to be 1 tree planted instead of 2. And then there's 44 lots that are 40 width, so I guess that'll be 2 trees. And at the 60 wide, will they just have 2, I guess? And also, it wasn't in the packet. Is Mr. Shahadi asking for some kind of reduction on cost? Or, you know,
For the trees?
For the trees. I know the first one we said no, and I'd like us to be consistent.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the reason for the 1 tree per lot on the smaller ones is because if you put 2, you run the risk of cracking not only the foundation, but also if it's too close to the sidewalk, you would crack that as well. He's going to have trees in his park areas, so hopefully we'll make up for it there. We are still counting the inches, the calipers for the tree mitigation, and because that's not in the zoning code, he can ask for that variance at a later date, sometime between this case and the actual subdivision platting case that will have to follow this.
Okay.
And so we'll be bringing that back to you.
All right. So I guess let's go ahead and hear from I've got another point, but I thought since you brought up the trees, I just would add that. So let's go ahead and hear from the citizens. Anybody that would like to, and if you need more than 3 minutes, Mr. Matthews, I'll give you, a little bit more time to communicate. So I know you've asked for that. So, okay. Anyone else? Yes.
This citizen here, just because he has a paper on the floor, I would
Oh.
request that he goes.
Paper?
So you could see it.
I'm sorry. Oh.
They're going to show us a map.
I'm going to show you, I'm going to get it to you on
Oh,
the screen.
okay. And good evening and welcome, and you'll state your name and where you reside.
Certainly.
Yes, sir.
My name is Grant Riley.
Grant Riley?
Yes.
Riley?
Correct.
No way.
The good
no
way to
relations.
spell.
Okay.
The simple way.
Okay. Thank you, Grant Riley.
My wife and I
Nice
have
to meet you.
lived on Britannia Court for 39 years.
Okay.
And so we have raised family here. We understand what a wonderful area, that area off Seneca and Grass Hill and all those streets back in there is to raise a family. Excuse me, I'm going to try to be
So tell us
to
how
the
we
point.
look at this. Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
I was a licensed architect for 30-plus years, so I understand many of the issues that are coming up from the rezoning and what everybody is concerned about. So I'm going to express my concern in particular.
Okay.
The rezoning of these properties pose, I think, several significant issues. Opposition has been based on maintaining natural areas, providing continuous habitat for animal species, and the enjoyment that people experience in walking in the area. Now, for me, those are largely subjective and not representative of what I consider to be the best argument. For me, my concern is based on the significant impact that rezoning will have on the area if provisions for additional right-of-way are not, additional right-of-way to service the area are not taken into account. Currently, the area being served by access to Vandera Road is got to be either by Seneca or Grass Hill.
Right.
It's currently serving that as an isolated area. There's no way in or out if not by those two routes. This has been a very stable area. Approximately 125 residences comprised of retired citizens, middle-aged citizens, and young families with children or about to start families. So this is a very nice area. Of those 125 homes that are currently there, the proposal, and thank you for putting that up, is that from what I saw, the expansion of that area would increase from the current 125 to an additional 380.
Right.
And that brings our count for homes up to 505. And if you take into account, some people have one car, some people have two, and some people have more. I don't know how to count it other than just say, let's assume 2 cars per residence. That is approximately 1,000 vehicles.
Right.
So if we don't take into account additional right-of-way, you're going to do one of two things. You're either going to impact to a great degree Bandera Road, which is already a bit of a nightmare, or for those of us that live in the area, it won't be just whenever. May I have another minute?
Yes, you may.
Okay. It won't just be whenever the homes are built, but it's also going to be under construction. That area will happen very quickly with construction. So this is a point that needs to be understood and considered. And please don't allow the developer to put the cart in front of the horse. Please take into account the right-of-way needs before anything else occurs. Now, if I can, oh, come on. Okay. This is Grissom Road. This is Shadow Mist. This is Wurzbach Road, and this is Crystal Hills. Now, unfortunately, Bexar County Appraisal District didn't have a great map. I tried to enlarge it, and I lost all the details, so I had to live with this. This area right here is the one-stop area, and this is the street that runs through, for the most part, they show it as ending right there. But I, in my attempt to understand what possible solutions might be, would be to say, what else could occur? This area is Crystal Hills. That is owned by City of San Antonio. I originally thought, okay, maybe something could occur here, but that's owned by
Excuse me. Yeah.
school district.
All right. If
And
you could
so it was maybe
sum it up,
there-
Mr. Riley. Whoops, there's my time. Yep.
Okay.
Here you go.
So
Excuse me.
there's an extension. It looks like it is possible.
Now, that's a park, though. You know that.
I understand, but
Okay.
that's City of San
All right.
Antonio. Have they done anything with it?
Yeah.
They
mhm,
have.
They have.
Well,
They
all
have.
I can say is, if we don't provide additional right-of-way,
I see your point. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your efforts this evening.
my information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
You bet. All right. Yes, Mr. Matthews, come on up. Good evening and welcome.
Charles Matthews, I live in Seneca. I had some items to bring out that I've pointed out before. Just wanted to reiterate these before we take a vote tonight. I'm still requesting we not take a vote because we don't have a full council. Anyway, it seems like what's driving this madness, this is a huge step for this city. This is a $3 million purchase or sale of a piece of land. There's a lot at stake here, lots at stake. I was not able, I don't know if y'all have been able to, I didn't get a closing statement to see what our projected cost is on the sale. So to somebody to throw numbers out there and say we're going to make this much money, I've not seen any numbers that make that true. Because I think there's a lot of hidden costs that we're not aware of. Commission's $90,000, 3%, $90,000 for this. Anyway, I don't think we should let the time constraint of the 60 days or 90 days from the time that the application was put in, I don't think we need to consider that as a factor, because the last time that we did that, a word that came up was proportionality numbers, and we got sucker punched and we give in to it, and we shouldn't have. Not knowing, I don't know what's going to be pulled tonight, but that's a concern. Under the document, where it said the mayor and council communication, dated August 20th, which is tonight, I want to point out the history of bullet number 5, dated 2007. The residents of Seneca West petitioned to amend the city master plan from R6 to R1, and the petition was approved. This was a huge step, is keeping our master plan intact, which umpteen hours went into that. That wasn't taken lightly either. A lot of planning went into that. And when the variances, for instance, he wants 2 out of the 9 to be modified for this. We don't need to do that. We have our master plan. This is our city. We need to keep it the way it's intended. If the traffic impact analysis is not worth the paper it's written on. It talks about 2 streets, Grass Hill and Seneca, the impact on those 2 streets. The impact is on Bandera Road. That's where the impact is at. No mention there. If you want to go start in 2029, you'll never get out of the subdivision because you got to take a right and move over 3 lanes to go back north. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
We always think of the future. That's what's coming. To allow bike lanes on this city street. Can you imagine not being able to park in front of your own front of your own house because of the bike lane? You can't park in the bike lane, and that's what's being proposed here. Okay. And so if you wanted to have Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas, can't have company because there's no place for them to park. And for us to
Mr. Matthews, I'll give you another minute as well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Last item. If the developer, it says that only R6 can be developed in this city, San Antonio's right next door. They'll give him the land to develop. All he's got to use is the magic term, affordable housing. They'll give him the lumber. That's how they operate. And then the developer tells us about how much revenue we're going to receive off of property taxes, but yet the figures were not put up there as to how much per home based off of whether you have a homestead exemption, whether you have a disability. So those numbers weren't presented correctly, and the big number that was given to us, I wouldn't take that for anything. I want to see the numbers to the penny, because if he's that great of a mathematician,
all right,
we'll do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Cancel. Okay, just a clarification on the 90 days. Dr. Caldera, I think we have to, I think that's the law.
You don't have a choice, yes.
That's
So you don't have a
rule.
choice.
Yeah.
If you don't vote, then he gets his PDD in the way he presented it. So you
Yeah.
can't make any modification. So if you don't take a vote within the 90 days, then it's supposed to revert back to the requesters.
And the 90
So
days is actually up on September 11th or
I gave
something?
you all
Is that
the-
what
yeah,
you?
September 11th. So y'all
So
could've
we could have
postponed it one
postponed
week
it to
if you wanted to.
September 3rd and would have been within that
The
time
90
frame. I
days.
just want to let y'all know that. So, okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Yarnell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good
I live
evening.
in Canterfield. Good evening, neighbors. I had a question about the access for the Cordovas property. And I was told that there's an easement through that park area. I'm looking at exhibit, well, H and J. They both have that park area. And it shows,
That's the blue section you're talking about, correct?
yes, that's the blue
Okay.
section or the white section.
And so, all right, very
If you
good.
look at this map up here,
Yes, sir.
that
Yes,
blue
ma'am.
2 acres right there, do you
Okay.
see how the end of that private drive access meets it? There's a little pointer thing.
Yeah, that's actually the street that you see right there?
It's not a street. Everybody thinks it is.
Okay.
It used to be called Smith and Wesson because they would shoot you if you drove down it.
I like that one.
But it connects right here to this property. So they have the easement access to
Okay,
that.
where's the street? The map that I have here, Exhibit J, the street sort of stops up here at the beginning of the yellow properties.
Look, our pointer died. So here's the end of Age Drive.
Okay.
Okay, so
Can we put-
this is not a street. This is a private access easement that goes back to it.
Okay, so
Okay,
we
so-
need to see, yeah, can you put
I'm
the,
looking at
Battery
Exhibit
died.
oh, your battery died? Oh, I was going to say, because I didn't know what y'all were looking at.
J or H in the packets.
Basically,
anybody that has-
that's the Cordova property, and
Okay.
they do have an easement that leads up to that private drive that then leads up to Samaritan Drive.
Okay, so that is their road that they have to maintain then? in
It
this-
actually belongs to the neighbor right adjacent to it, but they have legal access to that private access
So how they,
easement.
is there going to be a street there is what I'm asking?
It's private property. We can't build a street there.
So they're going to have to,
They'll use
Build-
the same thing they do now.
same thing?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And I was told that Seneca is going to be extended beyond, and we'll have parallel streets with Age Drive and Seneca, is that correct?
Age Drive would go away. In its place would be Seneca. However, the residents over there have requested that it stay named AIDS. And so instead of an extension of Seneca, it would be moved over, but still called
So
Age
they'll have a
Drive.
longer driveway to get into the,
Yes, sir.
what will become Age Drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so who's going to take care of that obligation? Is that going to be put on the homeowners, or the city, or the developer going to do that?
That's where we were talking about rough proportionality. The city would pay a portion of it, and the developer would pay a portion of it.
Okay. So the driveways for the two homes on current Age Drive will be a longer driveway?
What typically happens is if you close an alley or you close a street, half of the alley goes to one side of the property owner, the other half goes to the other property owner.
Okay.
So that's what happens.
Okay.
Okay.
In terms of, the gentleman asked about access, when one of these hearings came to the zoning commission and I was the chair, I made a suggestion that we have access up through what is now the ridge, and there was an opposition coming from the people in that area. They didn't want people from other areas coming through their area. So that's why there's access situation that we have now. It was requested and was not thought to be something that they wanted.
That's correct. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yarnell. I'll cancel that. Okay, yes, Ms. Barker. Good evening and welcome. Hi.
You know where I stand on this.
Yes.
Please do not rezone
Oh,
this
yeah.
property. And I know where two of the council members always go
There we go.
every time. And I want to bring up something here that I got in the mail just 2 days ago, right? Now, this is regarding this gentleman here. I'm going to call him a carpetbagger because that's the way I look at it. But he's asking already for a request of public hearing to amend the plat that he's already got. So what's to say he's not going to take this and come back and go, oh, well, you know, that really doesn't work for me, so y'all are going to have to do this and let me do that. And that's going to screw us even worse. So please, do not rezone it. Keep it at R1 at the minimum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barker.
I do want to clarify, he has withdrawn his request for an amendment on that PDD, and we just got that information today. So just
Oh,
FYI.
so
The one that Ms. Barker was just referring, you're not going to have it in front of you. It's for for part one, he had requested an amendment. We had been talking about amendment, so we did a notification because he wanted to do an amendment to add like 7 additional homes. And so that notification that went out to the residents, he has withdrawn that case so far.
Okay. So it'll be 373 homes instead of 380 homes? 7 less homes, is that what you're saying? I don't know. Just want to get an accurate number here.
What he would like to do is, and he's allowed, the council allowed him 10% over the overall plan. So he can come in and ask for an amendment to the plan as long as it doesn't exceed 10%. What he'd like to do is connect this addition, or this PDD, to this one if this zoning is approved. And the connection would be down here at a street. And so he was also considering putting in some bike lanes and things like that, but that brought him over the 10%. And so now he's rescinded. He does not want to have to go back before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So now he's leaving, it's the same R6 lot size, but there'll be 175 homes on here, which is what was presented in the plan. The number was 166, and that should have been 175.
Oh.
I counted them.
166, and it should be 175.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, Miss, all right. Abraham Diaz, thank you. Good evening and welcome.
Abraham Diaz, 6014 Kinman Drive. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak today.
Yes, sir.
All those last minute things with this developer, pull out, add this, take this out. About a couple of weeks ago, I sent an email to Dr. Calderas, and she sent it out to y'all, and y'all nodded your head saying you got it. I still haven't received a response from, I did receive a response from Mr. Councilman Campos and the mayor. Thank you so much for responding back to me. But all of you, crickets. Last time I stood up here, I talked about this is going to happen. This development looks like it's going through pretty much well. I talked about a buffer between our development and the development that is potentially going to happen. By leaving that middle space natural area there, and I went back and I talked to Mr. Hadi outside, and I said, look, looks like this development is going to happen, but is there a way you can do this buffer? And he tells me I can do whatever the council requests me to do because it's city property. They don't have to sell it to me. And I said, okay. So I asked him, I said, so you don't have to build on it? He says, the council's not going to sell me that piece? It's all up on the council. So I'm coming here tonight to ask you, pull that piece out. Give us peace between our current resident and the new development that is there. Give us that opportunity to have that peace of mind that we're not going to be overrun with God knows how many houses in that little square that's there. So I'm respectfully requesting that you move that little square piece, that Samaritan aids in that area, move it out, take it out. Thank you.
Okay. Melinda, can you show me what Mr. Diaz is talking about, just so I'm a visual person, so I'm not sure. Where is it on that map, is he asking? Thank you.
It's not divided out.
Yeah.
But so the city owns this square right here.
Okay.
Or not square, but that piece.
Right,
And then
okay.
we also own this piece right here.
Okay,
And
so
what
it's,
he's talking about is this piece here. You've got one house here. This is a vacant lot. This is the Ridge at Leon Valley Park. And so what he's requesting is to leave this vacant as sort of a natural wildland.
okay, thank you very much, I appreciate that. All right, anyone else? Yes, Ms. Mersch, how are you this evening? And welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for hopefully listening to us. I want to come to the council one more time to say, I think looking at the sheer numbers of residences that are being talked about as this thing kind of grows with a life of its own, we really need to sit back and pause, because as this gentleman, indicated, that is a huge impact not only on the current Seneca West neighborhood, but on the whole city of Leon Valley to have that large of an addition of homes. I think we've already brought up many of the concerns that we have, and it's not just the wildlife and the way of life of the people in Seneca West, but I think the street width and the parking issues that we anticipate, not to mention the traffic issues. But I'm also very concerned, and I think we kind of saw this from the very beginning, that Mr. Shahade would come with one request here and then one request here, and what started out as 166 houses is now 380 houses. And I just think that we're rushing into this. Now, whether a buffer zone from the current neighborhood would help in some ways, I agree with that. But the traffic issues, the parking issues, the impact on, and I'm concerned not only, I live in Seneca Estates, so I'm across Bandera Road. So this isn't impacting me directly, but the fact that it's not just the traffic on Grass Hill and the traffic on Seneca. You know darn well that these residents are going to be cutting through every one of those neighborhood streets to get to the other street in an effort to either get onto Bandera Road a little further up so that they can cut across those 3 lanes a little easier or whatever it might be. So I think there's traffic impact that's huge on all fronts there. But I think that we really need to stop this explosion of this project. And I'm also very concerned and very much against all the accommodations and exemptions that have been made for Mr. Shahade in terms of lot width and number of trees, and I don't want to do this, and I want to squeeze this in. And I agree completely with whoever my neighbor was that said, we have a master plan, we have zoning rules, play by our rules. We have no reason that we are being blackmailed by this developer to do everything that he wants when we have established protocols and rules and regulations that need to be followed by him.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bursch. Do appreciate your comments this evening. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Ferris? Or Ruth? Okay. Ruth Fernandez. Good evening and welcome.
Mayor and the council, thank you for listening to me and to us once more and again. I want to first say that I recognize that you all are definitely engaged and interested in helping the city to get more revenue to run its businesses. And I recognize that you have that totally in your mind, and I respect that and appreciate it. And you were placed there by the citizens to make those kinds of decisions. And I want you to please, consider our point of view, which I think you have. And perhaps you are thinking that the things we have argued don't outweigh the benefits. And so I'm hoping that you will change your mind about that, but I don't know if you will. The argument that I want to emphasize tonight is for the lots that are 30 feet wide, and for the number of them that there are, that it's going to be a lot of concrete and a lot of very few trees and a lot of sidewalk, a lot of driveway, and that is going to create a lot of heat. And I'm thinking and hoping that families that move in there are going to be comfortable. I talked to Mr. Shahade and said to him, now that you have, moved forward with the first PDD, I'm going to support you, but I want you to provide places for people to live that are comfortable and that are things that we could be proud of and things that will last for a long time. So I'm asking you to at least consider for a modification of the lots that are 30 feet wide, because what I understand, and I want you to understand, is that the only way to cool that down is to have cooling stations, to have green spaces, to have water installations. and to provide cool pavement. And those are 4 ways that I had seen listed that would help to bring down the temperature. I've seen little kids sweating in playgrounds, falling down, burning their knees, burning their feet. You know, it's not a healthy place. And for me, those 30 feet wide lots, that is a health and safety hazard. And I don't want that in our neighborhood. The other ones I could kind of live with. And we started off, you know, even if he took down his 10% that he can reduce, we could go from 380 to 340.
And I'll give you some extra time. Go ahead. I've been doing that this evening.
Okay, so we could go down to 348. How much profit is enough profit? Can't we share the risk? Can't we share the money that's being made by Mr. Shahadi, the money that's being made by the city, the comfort of the new citizens, and the peace of mind of the citizens that are already there? There is no other neighborhood with that many homes. The homes that we talked about, I was speaking to Mr. Martinez. Thank you for engaging with me. The homes that I counted in the neighborhoods were 178 and 97. Nowhere do I find 500 homes with 2 ways in and out.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you. I appreciate it. Please,
Very good.
please consider the safety.
Oops. Thank you. Oops. There we go. Oh, why doesn't this want to tell me stop? Okay. I can't even do my phone. All right. Very good. Anyone else? Please come forward. Yes, Mr. Ferris.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I emailed a PDF to the council.
I got it.
Is there a way to display that or no? I kind of caught you off guard. Okay. Very well. So in the PDF that I sent out, I laid out 5 reasons that I believe it's necessary to deny this application. I hope y'all will add that to the record. The first one Mr. Matthews already spoke about, and that it's contrary to the city master plan. The second item is section 15.02.37. There's 2 paragraphs in there that are requirements for a PDD. Applicability, a DD district shall only be established in one or more of the following circumstances. The developer hasn't demonstrated one or more of those following circumstances that the code requires to establish a PDD. I'm short on time, so I cannot get into the details, but I provided the PDF. Secondly, in section 15.02.327, section G, there's 7 criteria that the code requires the developer to meet all 7 criteria. I would argue the developer only meets 2 of those criteria, and I'm asking that this PDD be denied for that reason as well.
And which 2 are those that he meets?
7, you could make a decent argument.
Okay.
6, I would have to defer to the city engineer.
Okay.
And 5, you could make an argument either way.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
The third point is on the variances. The first 2 points only applied to the PDD. The variances, both sections 10 and sections 15 require that that the developer demonstrate undue hardship in order to have a variance granted. And in section 10, the exact words, which I can't even pronounce the first one, pecuniary, is that correct, Dr. Caldera? Pecuniary hardship to the subdivider standing alone shall not be deemed to constitute undue hardship. I had to look up what the word means. It means financial. Financial hardship. So if I had to write this, I would say financial hardship to the subdivider standing alone shall not constitute or shall not be deemed to constitute undue hardship. Because this property is not owned by One Stop Group, their only hardship right now is financial. Before this process started, there was no hardship to them.
I'll give you
Can I
some
have
more time. Yeah,
Mayor?
you sure may.
Thank you. I'll finish up quickly.
Sure.
Fourthly, this PDD is in violation of the tree ordinance. Section 13.02.074, bullet 3 explicitly says heritage trees, none can be removed. The plan, as I understand it, is One Stop Group is planning on removing 29 trees. You can't do that. If you could read this code creatively and assign a variance, then once again the variance would require an undue hardship, which the developer has not demonstrated, and I'm asking you to deny this request. And finally, the last section is, this is detrimental to the welfare of the citizens of Seneca West. I'm out of time. The best evidence of this is that every single citizen from Seneca West that has spoken for or against this PDD is always against it. I understand that you have other citizens of the town that are for it, but they do not live in Seneca West. We do. We play here. This is where we spend time with our family, and I'm asking you to deny it based off of that.
Thank you so much.
for your
Really
time.
appreciate those comments. All right, very good. Anyone else? Yes. Sharon Hendricks on AIDS. Good evening and welcome. You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want you to think back when you bought your house. You either bought it or built it, but you knew the subdivision, what the zoning was. You knew if it was going to be, well, anyway, you knew what it was. And so that's what the residents of Seneca West, they knew what their subdivision was. We never thought it would change. And over the years, we keep seeming that we have to fight and fight and fight to not have the master plan changed and to keep R1 homes, our E1 homes there. Now we have this developer that wants to build higher density at the back of the subdivision. And so we keep saying no, but it's not just us. At the town hall meeting, this was brought to all the residents of Leon Valley could have voted on this. And people did vote, and they said to leave the zoning as it was. We've had planning and zoning meetings, and they say deny the rezoning. And then you've received, I don't know how many petitions, emails, letters asking for it to be denied. Even San Antonio residents have said that. So, but yet there's this majority of the members of the city council that have voted to enter this agreement with the developer to develop the land as R6 PDD. And it was just shocking to me when I found out that, yes, there was an R1 option, but still the R6 PDD option was chosen for the contract by the majority of this council. It's such a high density proposal, and it's just wrong for our subdivision. I don't think any of you would want this happening in your subdivision. And once it's approved, there's no going back. We, the residents of Seneca West, will have to live with this for the rest of our lives. I hear that the council and mayor work for us, y'all listen to us, we're your boss. Well, then listen to us. Everyone has said don't do this. So please do not rezone this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside.
Hi, my name is Veronica Felice. I reside in Seneca West, off of
Veronica,
Edinburgh.
I'm sorry, Veronica, your last name?
Felice.
Felice, thank you. Great.
So, I moved back here from Boston after attending school, and I was looking forward to coming back to my home and being in the area where my family grew up in, and I bought my house in Edinburgh. Never in my mind, I've always paid attention to who was being and voting for each and every person who's here. Never in my mind did I ever think that I was going to have to come up and speak against the people who I voted for because they're not hearing us. I've attended a couple of meetings, And, you know, usually I've entrusted you guys, and that's why I voted you in to your office, because I thought you would represent me. But the last meeting I was at, you weren't representing me, and it made me really upset because I felt like I wasn't being heard. You know, you guys were, I felt like giving Mayor Riley a hard time because she wanted to read some letters, you know what I mean? And you stated that she was being prejudiced, you know, like she was like, you know, showing whose side she was on. But yet it was brought to our attention that you went out and had a churro with the developer. And to me, I voted for you not to go hang out with a developer, because if you're going to hang out with him, you hang out with the entire council members with the developer. You hanging out with the developer on your own, whether you paid for your own churro or not, means that, you know, you have some bias already, you know, and it disheartened me because I voted for you. I voted for each and every one of you to be in the place that you're in, and you're not representing me. And the times that I've come to this meeting, I see all these people here all against this, and very few who are for it, who are standing here and taking their time out of their busy schedule to represent themselves and say something. But all these people, every single time I've come here, it's all people who are saying, hell no, we don't want this. You're not listening to us. And I'm here to just say, you need to listen to us, because I guarantee you, I'm telling you right now, I will push the next time you guys go in for voting to not put any of you guys who vote for this in place. I will do everything in my power to do so, because you're not hearing us. And when the masses are speaking and you're not listening to them, and then you're all voting the same, to me, it's a conspiracy that you have something with the developer that you want to go through. And I don't think it's right. I spend my hard-earned money to come back here with my education, to take on a good job, to be back with my family, and to be with the people, to do the fireworks here, you know, the homestead, you know, and all this other stuff. And then for what? Have you been back there? I've driven so many times back there. There's no space. There's no in or out. And we're already having issues as it is. And, you know, I just hope that you take into consideration the people who've taken their time to come here and finally listen to us and say no. And I also ask that all representatives are present when you do vote on this, and you don't leave anybody out, to be fair about this issue. So I hope that you hear us and listen to us and say no to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of information, Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that, yes, I did, as mentioned, meet with the developer, talked about another project. Wasn't this project the Trilogy project on Evers and Poss? But the point that meeting with all the council members with the developer, that is against the Texas Open Meetings Act. It's illegal. You can't do that. It's not a public meeting. That's where the conspiracy would be, is if the council was meeting separately and it wasn't open to the public. So if it was a published public meeting, then yes, we could do that. But that's the reason for one-on-one meetings, whether it's vendors or citizens or whatever is going on. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Power.
My name is Drew Power. I live in Canterfield, too. I'm for this development. The reason why I don't get up and speak is because it doesn't directly affect me. I don't live back in that neighborhood. I do have the pleasure of going back there and walking and enjoying the nature back there, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Do I want to see it go away? No. Do I want to see development? Yes, but in moderation. I grew up in the Florida Keys, and back in the 70s, you couldn't see a home or a business from the overseas highway. Now, you can't see anything but concrete from the overseas highway. It's development. It's society moving forward. I have studied, and I'm very familiar with Mr. Shahade. I sat on Planning and Zoning years ago when the city gave him the worst runaround I've ever seen, making him jump through hoops to try and meet the master plan. It was then that I did some research and I looked at his developments across the country.
and I looked at the communities where his developments went in, and I looked at before, during, and years later, what those communities look like. They are a boon to those communities. They're still well-maintained decades later. However, I am of the opinion less is more. I don't think we need that many individual properties back there. I can't speak for the community that lives back there, but absolutely, there's got to be a happy medium. There's got to be a way to develop that property and not have to be able to reach out to your next door neighbor for a cup of sugar. I lived like that in New Jersey when I went to college. I lived like that in the boroughs of Manhattan when I went to school. That's why I moved here to South Texas, to try and get back to nature, to try and get back to the green space, to try and get back to the lawns. Bike lanes, being able to park in front of my house, yes, I can see the importance of that, but it's a matter of communicating with your neighbors and saying, hey, I'm having a party. Do you mind if we use the street? Part of what National Night Out or Bear County Night Out is about, getting to know my neighbors. So, yeah, there are some of us out here that are for it. I don't come up and speak at every meeting because I don't feel it's my place, because I'm not directly impacted by it.
Okay.
I want to thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrow. All right. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside, please. Thank you.
Richard Reyes, 6407 Royalty Point.
Richard Reyes. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
And I want to thank y'all, Council, for taking your time, looking at this situation thoroughly, because it does take a lot, require a lot of time. And as my mom used to say, if a deal's too good to be true, it probably isn't. And I think that's the case here. And I want to thank all these citizens. They all made great points. And they all should be considered. My concern is that the pie in the sky that's you're being told, all these developments, $400,000 homes, 30-foot lots, I don't see it. I do not see it. Can I give you a perspective? 30 foot is about the width of this room. Can you imagine a 400,000 lot home being built right there, there, all the way down? I think it's just going to be a recipe for rentals. I think, and then, which is nothing wrong with rentals, but it's not what we were going for. I think we were all going for something we'd all be proud of. A nice neighborhood, beautiful trees. If every lot has a tree, great. But it's still a lot of roofs, a lot of runoff. It's a drainage situation. Water, a lot of water for homes. Anyway, if y'all can just consider it, as you were saying, maybe a compromise is in order. If this was PUDs, a Christmas tree of PUDs, gated communities, I would see that. I could see that. I could really see that. But to be just in mass along the street, shoulder to shoulder to shoulder, you would end up like Brooklyn. So that's my point. Thank you all for your consideration, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. I do appreciate your comments this evening. Okay. Anyone else? Thank you all very much for, Ms. Mosier, good evening and welcome. Thank you.
Teresa Mosier, Canterfield. My question is, at what point is it considered, I'm sure the fire department, police had to look at this plan, how much is too many residences to have in this area with only 2 entrances and exits? What is that number? Do we know?
I don't have that number. I just know you have to have 2 entrances into a subdivision, which he has.
There's not one that triggers, there's not a number that triggers 3 entrances. So this has been signed off by Public Service? That's scary. That's over 1,000 people trying to get out if there's a fire. We've seen how wildfires have swept through communities and devastated them. In New Mexico, I have a relative that went through that Rio Doce fire. That's hard to get out of that kind of area. There's got to be another way to make another entrance or exit. That's all I have to say.
Okay. All right. Thank you for those comments. Okay. I don't see anyone else that would like to speak, so let me go back to my colleagues. And I'm sorry? There was not a public hearing on this. We had a public hearing last time, but we still always hear from our citizens at any agenda, on any agenda item. So thank you for your communication. We appreciate it. And Mr. Campos, I'm going to let you begin the discussion.
Mayor, I want to make a motion that we postpone the vote on this till we have the full council. I don't know if that's premature. I really don't know, but I'd like to make that motion if we could vote as a council to postpone the vote until we have Mr. Orozco back.
Okay. All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay. Mr. Campos, I don't hear a second, so it will die for lack of a second. So that means we will vote on it tonight. Is there anything else that you wanted to add? And I've got some comments as well.
So, we were privy to some proposals that have not been made public, where there was a proposal from Mr. Shahade to make this an R1 development. Some of those, they may have requested some modifications, but it started out as a R1 proposal. It was one of many proposals that he had. And I've talked to Mr. Shahade in the past, and he's been accommodating in other areas, much like the Triangle property, okay? And he heard the citizens back then because he had the right to develop that Triangle property as apartments, just by him buying it. But he came to a compromise on the number of homes that went into that tract, and I want to applaud Mr. Shahade for that, so thank you. You know, I'm not against the development of the property, but what concerns me is this R6 and the density of this. The 30-foot variances are so significantly different than what our regular R6 residence or zoning is, which is 45 feet. It's 4,500 square feet, okay? We see the beautiful developments in Pavona Place and the Ridge, and on the sides of Grass Hill as well as on Seneca West. But this is so different. And in such a peculiar area behind residential, full residential areas, to put a high-density development, to me, doesn't make any sense. So I can tell you that I'm not for any of the variances that he's got, whether it's the trees, whether it's the lot size. And, you know, I know Mr. Shahade's listening to us. And is it possible, Mr. Shahade, to put, I know you've got some green park area on the back side of it, from what I'm understanding from the map, but if that could be put to the front of where, like a buffer area where the current residents, R1 residents are, I think that's a compromise, okay? I know you listen, and you're trying to do a great job for the community, but these are my concerns. You know, I'm really concerned about, you know, this being part, I wouldn't want to live there. I'll tell you that, okay? And I know it's the case, well, it's not in my backyard, but I don't live there, and I wouldn't want it in my area as well. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
So I would like to hear from Mr. Shahade response to the concerns the citizens
Okay.
brought up and what Mr. Campos has brought up, if that's okay with everybody.
Sure, that'd be great. Mr. Shahadi, is there a compromise that we could somehow craft? Because I brought it up last meeting and it fell on deaf ears. I mean, so I think that would be at least, meeting the citizens halfway.
We didn't prepare a PowerPoint as such for this evening.
Okay.
But we thought maybe certain points would come up. I would like to start with addressing a few of the points, and I will get to the compromise here in a second. Talking about the compromise and linking up to, I'm sorry? All right. So effectively, when it comes to compromise, the compromise that happened that everybody's mentioning, yeah, this is not helpful. Thank you. The compromise that was reached for the triangle was reached through private conversations with council members, believe it or not. So I had no intention of compromising. We bought that piece of land to put apartments on it. It was that simple. We paid the price to put apartments on it. And I can assure you, if it wasn't for, thank you, if it wasn't for people like Melinda on the staff, as well as some council members that basically came to us and said, you're not building apartments. It's not good for the city. It's not good for the citizens. There's crime and there's noise and there's all these concerns about these apartment buildings 50 years from now, 40 years from now, the problems that you are currently seeing with the old. So when there are accusations of people meeting with developers, first of all, I would like to be clear that I have paid taxes for this city since 2015. I paid over $100,000 in taxes as a corporate citizen. So it's very important for everyone to understand that just like everybody here has the right to meet with a council person, so do we, and we continue to pay taxes in the city. So in terms of the compromise, we have listened carefully, and there was the issue, and yes, we did have, you're absolutely right, we had multiple proposals. In fact, there was one proposal that we sent with 16 different options, if you remember. That was all before we received the numbers from that 4.9 million number from the city engineer. That number and the proportionality calculations that came with that changed the whole equation. Absolutely changed everything. Because the numbers are the numbers. We don't invent the numbers. We work with the numbers. They're simple. We did not invent the $4.9 million. The city engineer came up with that number. And the moment those numbers came to light, everything changed, right? So it's important to understand that when we did initially give options, absolutely, about, setting a portion of it. I mean, we all saw that, right? So there was no lack of trying to find compromises, and the intention behind the compromise was seen, hopefully, by everybody in those 16 potential options. There was no doubt about our willingness to show compromise and provide compromise. We look at the number of lots. We talked about density last time, and we said, you know what, why don't we go with the same density as Trilogy? And we said, well, you know what, Trilogy is about 8.3 lots per acre. And if we were to multiply that by 60 acres, we would have over 500 homes on those 60 acres. Our compromise was to go down to about less than about 6. So when you look at 60 and you look at about 6.2, 6.3 is the number, which is about a quarter of, in terms of compromise, of the other density out there, right? So if we work together, we have been listening on compromise, trust me. Ideally, we would come in and say, you know what, 30-foot lots all across. Why? Because that is the market. The market is $420,000 lots, homes, period. There's no market for 450 or 480 or 500 in this area. That is why Century is building 140 homes on Huebner, right? That is why Trilogy is being built with 67 homes, all within the 30 range, because that is what the bank is approving in this area, period. And you're all numbers people, especially you, Mr. Campos, right? So at the end of the day, it's market-driven. We still, for the first phase, we did not say 30-foot lots, we said 40-foot lots, knowing that we're going to take a haircut on those lots. I'm not saying profitability, oh, it's all about us. I can assure you, I'm not saying anything about that, but I can assure you that the average builder, if you were to Google, the average builder shoots for 11% in margins. That's the profitability. It's not a lot of money. And if you look at that 11% with what Senna and Trilogy is being built at in terms of density, and you reduce that by 25%, you can understand, plus add the risk over a period of 5 years until you build, then you understand what we're dealing with. So I'm going to stop there. Regarding the traffic impact, there was a mention that we have not looked at Bandera. The last, I'm going to just go here, sorry, and I just go down here. I'm going to show you something just for the interest of everybody here. I'm going to show you these tables here. So these tables show you, they show you a traffic count that was done at the corner of Seneca and Bandera, Bandera and Seneca eastbound, northbound, southbound, Seneca and Bandera, westbound, Bandera and Seneca, northbound Grass Hill. So all the count happened at those two intersections. To say that we have not taken that into consideration, as well as the findings, you look at these levels of service, everything is about Bandera. Everything is on Bandera. And if you look at the final conclusion talks about strictly about the intersection of Bandera and Seneca, as well as Grass Hill. So I would like, I was taking exception with people making those kind of claims because it's not true. We paid a lot of money for those traffic impact analysis. There was a conversation on commissions. I would like to mention that the commissions are standard. They're 6%, and that 3% of that is going back to the city as a refund on those commissions as our gesture of good faith. And that is in our proposal, and that is happening. That is about $60,000 that we recommended will go against the tree preservation fund, in addition to the money that we are putting in, which is, with the exception that we're asking for, adds to $137,000 plus the $60,000. We're looking at $197,000 that will go inside that fund, in addition to over 800 trees that we are planting and the 4 acres of parkland that we are dedicating. So it is important that when you ask us for compromise, that you understand what is it we have already done in terms of compromise, right? So, and that's the fair question. So we are not building all 30s on all 60 acres. We're diversifying. There's about a third that is 30s. The majority are 40s. And for the buffer, we're building 60s on that end, right? So I just wanted to address a few of those. In terms of the bike lanes, we thought the bike lanes would be a feature, not a deterrent. Honestly, we don't have anything to gain from putting bike lanes or not. You know, it's extra cost for us to do it. We just thought that the residents would actually enjoy that, especially when you look at, let me just back up from here. Sorry, just, I have terrible eyes. There you go. All right, so when you look at the bike lanes, let's just go here for a second. And there you go. We're going to do a slideshow from current slide here. So the bike path, we have, and the struggle, what we wanted to amend the first PDD here for that was approved, it was strictly for the bike path. We did not want to do anything else, just put the bike path here, the majority of it. To put this bike path here, we needed to push everything up or lose a couple feet. So we came back saying, can we take 2 feet off the depth? That's it, to be able to accommodate the bike path. We thought the bike path is a great idea because it'll allow us to link up the neighbors. So Mr. Matthews, for instance, you go straight from Seneca on this bike path straight to the park and straight to the San Antonio Hebner Creek pathway. You know, you can't do that today, right? So in terms of family life and to encourage young families, that is the target market. It's young families. And when you look at what we're trying to do is to populate the inside with a safe environment for the children so that when they are getting on their bikes and going out with the family, that they're not, you know, dealing with all people parking. That's the main reason. I mean, if there's opposition to that, honestly, like, you know, we don't necessarily gain a whole bunch out of that. We thought it would be a great feature. We thought this is something that, you know, the city would be very proud of, because I can tell you, this model here that I'm showing you is unique in San Antonio. Nobody else is doing it. And talking about firsts, this is a first. So you have a dedicated park lane on one side, parking lane. That's an 8-foot, and then you have this 4-foot bike lane. That for the fire chief, Chief Norton, in every single one of the developments that we have seen being approved, he had an issue with people parking on both sides of the street, right? And he was wondering, well, what if we have an emergency? How do we go around that? And we thought, you know what? We were listening to this very intently, and we talked to our engineers, the architects, said, can we get to something that will increase safety, satisfy some of these concerns, but also create an environment that fosters activity for the children and safety for the children. So that is basically why, what drove this. Now, if everybody's up against it, I mean, we're not married to this. We can just leave it as it is. It's way less striping for us, way less cost. We just put the sidewalk, pave it, and then that's it, right? So, so I just wanted us to understand why some of this, why we know where the compromise is. We're being asked for compromise. Why meeting with council people? You know, there's no conspiracy. One, it is our right to ask for a meeting. We do it all the time in all the municipalities that we ask for, because they represent you. If we don't talk to them, we don't hear from you. It's that simple. And when we are told, don't build apartments, and we're like, are you kidding me? We just paid all this money for this piece of land because we can build apartments on it. 4 times the profits. Okay? So I just wanted to just cover on these points. There was a conversation around, well, how much exactly is the city going to get? And I can tell you, let me just go down here. That's the traffic impact. That's the tree. That's the park here. So if you look at the park area right here, not only are we dedicating 4 acres, we're actually dedicating these 4 acres in a very strategic way. There's 4.4 acres of land adjacent to this that is county-owned. And right here, there's a pecan orchard that is absolutely beautiful, and most of you have not seen it living in the neighborhood for so many years. But it does exist. So what we thought we would do, we'd preserve all of this and give access to it, and put the path in and allow for all these 8.4 acres to become one big park. And we believe you'll probably, I don't know how many 8.4 acres are inside the 1604 loop that is in an area like this. So, like, we believe this is fantastic. We believe this is something that, in addition to this park here, will add a lot to the neighborhood. So that's in terms of our tree mitigation also. So we will be planting 2 trees per lot, with the exception of the 30-foot lots.
Which is 144 of those, yeah.
Fair enough. But you know what? We're good with planting an additional 144. Just find us a place for them. So we'll do that. Committed, right? So it's not about walking away from more trees, trust me. It's just that it does not fit. You cannot put 2 trees on a 30-foot lot without causing damage from a long-term perspective. That's all. Maybe we'll do one in the front, one in the back. We'll see what, but we're committed to the number that will be in will be 2 times 380, period. So that's all I had. Any other questions? Happy to answer them.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shahade.
For clarifying and hopefully answering some of those questions and concerns of the citizens. And, you know, people might, I know I've been accused before of like not paying attention to the citizens. I guess when I have my head down, I just wanted people to know that I'm writing some of the comments and notes. That's what I do at every meeting. And you know, I've kept tallies before. This one's very easy to tally up who's for and against. Obviously, most people are against it. But I write down the concerns and some of the comments that are made as I go through and try and come back when I speak to these items. So, you know, there was a comment made that, you know, when you bought your houses, you knew what you were in for. You knew where you were moving and what your neighborhood was, for those of you that live over in Seneca West. So I just, you know, I'm very curious, how many of you have owned your home there before 2007?
Mm-hmm.
Majority, okay?
Yeah, very organized neighborhood.
So, right. So a lot of people have been there for a long time. And the agenda packet, the PowerPoint, 2007, you know, there's also another comment that said, we need to stick to the master plan. This is the master plan to be R1. You know, we don't want to change it. So in 2007, it says residents of Seneca West petitioned to amend the city master plan to remove the recommendation of R6 to only R1, and the petition was approved. So if you own the house before 2007, and the recommendation of the master plan was R6, but you say you knew what you were getting into, but then you petitioned to change it, this is where I have trouble, right? Is trying to look at this as from a city perspective, what's best for the city, what's best for all of the residents, and not just a particular neighborhood. If it were my house, I live over by Marshall High School, and there's big properties over there in that neighborhood. Well, my next door neighbor built my house. He and his uncle built my house, and he's built his house and has lived there his whole life. Well, it's married life since he built the house. And behind him is Councilor Orozco's neighborhood, Pavona Place. And before that, it was all woods. It was forests, and the kids would go play and chase raccoons and do whatever, build forts. Well, that's all gone now because it's all houses. So if my neighbors that built the house there and lived there forever said, no, we don't want anybody there. We want the deer. We want the raccoons. We want places to play. We want green spaces. Then Councilor Orozco wouldn't have a house, at least not there, because we would have said, no, it's not allowed. We don't want it there. And that's where I struggle with, you know, what the citizens want that live in the neighborhood versus what's the best for the community, what's the best for the neighborhood. And, you know, a lot of people say, too, that I don't want these houses. I can't read what that says. I don't want these houses. I wouldn't live there. Where are you going to park? These are valid concerns. And I agree with a lot of them. I'm not going to buy a house that's that small for myself. I don't want some of those things. But to Mr. Shahade's point, there's a market for it. There's people that want it, especially starters homes. A lot of people want something to start out with and then hopefully graduate up to something more. Some people don't. I've got a brother-in-law that his dream is to have a place to live, that somebody comes and takes care of your yard, and he doesn't have to do anything. And I can imagine that, but a lot of people like that. And so that's just kind of some of my thoughts as I was looking at all this. And as far as moving this property to the front, I don't think, well, one, we don't own, or the developer doesn't own, the county owned 4 acres. So it'd be like, 4.4 acres there and then more acreage in the front. And I don't know if all that other 4 acres would necessarily be great to develop. It'd probably be more trees that would have to be cut down, I'm assuming, that are in that area. And again, we talked about a compromise and talked about bigger lots and doing 1 acre lots. It shouldn't become to anybody as a secret. The developer is in it for money, right? They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. Oh, by the way, I heard San Antonio's giving away property. If you want to look into that, I hadn't heard that before, but yeah, the developer's here to make money. That's what they do. They're not going to do it for free. Sounds like 11% margin. I don't know where this project falls on that scale, but that's not unheard of in the commercial world, I think, to try and shoot for those type of numbers. So those are the things that I'm considering.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez, do you have something to say?
I think Councilor Bradshaw pretty much said what I was going to say. I support the project. I think we have looked at several other ideas in trying to come up with a compromise. One thing that I'm looking at is the impact fees. Right now, to build this property, we're going to have to come up with $735,000? Is it
$733,000.
$733,000. And if Mr. Shahadi would reduce the 30-foot lot, or increase the 30-foot lots to, let's say, 40-foot lots, then that impact fee is going to go well over $1 million. So, you have to look at it both ways. Do you want, at the density he's got right now, our impact fee is if he lowers the density, our impact fees are going to go up. So it's a balancing act that we really have to look out after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Heil?
My daughter actually lived in a neighborhood very close to what Mr. Shahadi is proposing, and she loved it. She was young. They were all young people there. They all met together, and it was a wonderful development. So I think those are the kind of people that we will end up having living in that area, and so I think it's worthwhile, and that's one of the reasons I support it. I think it'll be a benefit to the city.
Okay, thank you. Of course, I'm not on that end of it. I've always had a concern about this. I've been here a long time, and this is the most well-organized neighborhood in the city. These people have fought for preservation of their surrounding neighborhoods for over 20 years, and I have to commend them. They come, they care, and I'm of the opinion that we should listen to them because they live there. I mean, I live on the other side of Evers, other side of Evers, and I think they should have the biggest say of in the whole city because they live there. It's going to impact them. The starter home for $350,000? Really? Wow. To me, that's shocking. I mean, you have to have 2 full-time workers probably in order to afford that. The compromise I was looking at was less density. Yeah, Mr. Martinez, so we pay more. I mean, let's do regular R6 if we can. I don't know. I mean, I just wanted something more than what Mr. Power said, where you could pass a cup of sugar to your next door neighbor. 5 feet? I would never live there. You know, it's just, I don't know, it's just, and I'm sure it's going to be, you know, a wonderful neighborhood, but it's not something that I would want to be there. The 30-foot lots really, I think, is really too small. The traffic impact study, I just want to let you know, I've been here a long time. There's never been one traffic impact study that said it's going to harm the neighborhood. It's going to be too much traffic. Never. Seriously. So I don't know what that means. I just tell you that there's never been one that says, oh no, can't do it because of the impact on traffic. So I don't know how they do that. Again, I like the idea about a buffer. I like the idea about, you know, just having regular R6 homes, but, you know, as you can see, the majority are in favor of this, and I feel for you. I really feel for you. Why not R1? And like I said, we did get a lot of proposals for R1, and I thought we were going to be able to do it. My understanding is the developer needs more homes in order to make more money in order to cover the development cost, and that's why we can't do R1 there. That's my understanding. And then I wanted to know, Mr. Shahade, on the Triangle Park, which is the Seneca and Evers Road, he came in and he got all of the, you know, zoning, right? But then he sold the property, is that right, to Texas Homes. So I don't know what's going to happen on this property, but I would bet that Mr. Shahade's going to do the same thing, get the zoning, and then he's going to pass it off to somebody else. And I don't know if their standards is going to be the same as his standards, but anyway. And I thought, Mr. Ferris, you brought up a really good point about what is the undue hardship, if that's the requirement of a PDD. I don't know. So anyway, I just can't thank y'all enough for coming in and always fighting for what you think is best in your neighborhood. I have lived by the organizational chart in Leon Valley, where the citizens are our bosses. They elect us, and we should reflect their will. Now, is there a disagreement? Yes, and that's okay, and I respect that. But I think overall, that's just where I've come from all these years, and then and then the staff, you know, of course, implements the policy and whatnot. So that's all I have to say, but I thank you all very much for taking the time day in and day out, not just for the council, but planning and zoning too. You've been there at both places all this time. So thank you all very much. Okay, so if there's anything else, did you have something else, Mr. Campos? And then we'll take the vote, and we'll take a roll call vote as well.
Dr. Caldera or Melinda, do we know what the tree amount would be without this proposed cap? I know Melinda, you'd said we're still calculating that.
Yes, sir, because the first time he came in, he gave me just the number of the trees, but not the diameter, and so we just got that last week, so I haven't had a chance to count those. But it is in part of the chapter, it's not in the zoning code, it's in chapter 13, tree preservation. And so he'll be required to come back to the city council to request a variance, or he'll just do what the code says, which is to replace them.
So is there, and I'm asking the question because I don't know, is there a way to remove this this variance request for the tree variance cap? I'm proposing that. I'd like to make that a motion if my colleagues would entertain that.
Okay.
To remove the variance for the cap, for the tree variance for $20,000, $25,000 from this vote that we're taking tonight.
That's your motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, okay, excuse me.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. So is it?
Thank you.
Is it the same as what we did the first time around when?
Because it's not a part of the zoning code, it's actually in a different chapter of the code, he is required to request a variance. Now, he can do that as a part of the PD. He could also do that as a part of the subdivision code when they come to plat. It doesn't matter where you ask for that variance. So what he's requesting is that we take the whole thing out of this plan and consider that at a later date.
Right, right.
Correct. Because I don't want to approve it today if that's what the vote is,
Mhm.
that he doesn't have to come back. I'd like to know what that dollar amount is that we're waiving.
Right.
I think that's consistent with what we
I
did
think-
for the prior request, and that's what
I
I'm
couldn't agree
asking
with
my
you more.
colleagues
Yeah.
to, for their
Okay.
consideration.
All right. I had another question, and it says, under special consideration, applicant is asked to be granted the right to modify the master site plan for the purpose of increasing lot size, decreasing density, adding or modifying bike trails, or adding more green space.
Mayor, just point of order. So we're on the tree topic right now, so the discussion that's happening should be Mr. Campos's motion and the second. So either
Oh,
y'all move to
I'm
take a
sorry.
vote on that, or continue that discussion with his request to remove that from the.
Okay, I just wanted to get that question while Melinda was
I'll
there.
answer it in a minute.
Okay, yeah, there you go. All right, so your motion is to move the variance.
Remove the cap on the tree ordinance,
tree
right?
ordinance.
But it would come back during plating,
Or at any other time.
any other time it's put back on for a discussion. Because do we not, the issue is we don't know what that
We don't
dollar
know
amount
what the
is.
number is, that's right. And that's why you would want to remove it, so you'd have the information at a later date. Is that what I'm understanding?
And this is consistent with what we
Done
was
in the
voted
prior.
on for the
Mhm.
prior property.
Mhm. Okay, so you have a motion to remove it. Do you have a
I
second
seconded it,
again?
yeah, already.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote on that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Martinez, what is your vote?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Heil? Mr. Campos? And okay, the motion passes, so we will do that. Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Dr. Calderas. I
Sorry.
just wanted to know what this meant. Applicant is asking to be granted the right to modify the master site plan for the purpose of increasing lot size, decreasing density. Those are kind of, adding or modifying bike trails or adding more green space. And my question is, and then the next one is applicant is asking for the approval of the planning and zoning director to develop applications or amendments as long as they do not exceed 10% of the overall plan. Who monitors that? That's what I was going to ask you. Who monitors that?
The planning and zoning department.
And who approves it while,
If it's approved like on the last PD, it's a staff item. It's in-house.
It's all staff.
Right.
Staff
So
is the one that.
basically what happens is they come back, this is preliminary work, although it's pretty detailed. It gets even more detailed when you go into doing the subdivision platting part of it. And that's when you find out if the land is going to work. So you'll have pieces, oops, sorry. So maybe this corner doesn't work. Maybe that lot doesn't work. There's lots of little pieces, especially right in here, that may need some modification. So what he's asking for is saying, of this overall plan, would you allow me to have a 10% amendment through staff only, so it doesn't have to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council, so that he can make adjustments to this overall site plan?
Okay.
Y'all granted that on the first
We
meeting.
did. That's what I just wanted to have a little bit more explanation.
And I
Yes.
do have a question on that.
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you, Melinda. But it's 10% of the total plan. You can't do, oh, here's one little change, and it's less than 10%, and then come back next week, oh, here's another little change that's less than 10%. By the time it's done, it's 95% change, right? You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
It's 10% of the total.
10% of the
10% of the whole. Okay. All right.
Which was like on the first one, he came back for an amendment, and it was more than 10% of the total plan. So we said, no, you'd have to go through the process. We sent out the notification, and he said, you know what, I don't want to do that,
Back.
and he pulled it back.
Gotcha.
Now, he's still, just to be
Yeah, he may
truthful,
come
he's
back.
still going to make some amendments, but he's not going to exceed that 10%. Because like I had said, if this one gets approved, this street would like to go through here. And so in the original PDD for this site, there's a detention pond there and there's no street connection. So those two things would be changed.
Right.
And it just.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Campos.
So my concern is that 10% of how many homes is in here? 380, is that?
380.
So that's a lot. 10% is a lot. So I am wondering if, with my colleagues would entertain something lower than that, a 5%, 2%, because this is a high density, and if you add any more, it is going to be catastrophic. So I'm asking my colleagues for consideration that we drop this 10% to, let's say, 2%, because of the number of homes that we already have on this proposal.
Okay. All right. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second? Okay. Mr. Campos, it fails for a second. I'm so sorry. I know you're trying for the citizens to try to make this a less dense piece of development, but it's not happening. Okay. Mr. Martinez.
Remember one thing, he's talking about less density. Like what Melinda was mentioning there in the corner, maybe a 30-foot home wouldn't fit in there, or for some reason. So he may have to increase it to 40 feet, or he may have to do some juggling back and forth. So the density may go down a little bit. It's not going to go up. The density is going to go down to accommodate, unforeseen land issues.
It could. I mean, keep that in mind that it could. However, on the other PDD that we approved for Evers and Seneca, the lot numbers did go down, and the PDD that we approved for Senna 1, which was Post Landing 1, that lot number also went down.
Okay. Mr. Campos.
My concern is there's 15, according to this presentation, 15 lots with a 60-foot width. What my concern is it cuts this in half and saying, oh, now I've got 2 homes at 30 on these particular properties. That's my concern.
Yeah.
He would have to stay at 10% of the overall plan.
10% of 380 is 38. Okay. If he cuts these in half.
And then you also have to remember, staff has to approve it. So that wouldn't be something necessarily we would.
You could also make I mean, you could work with him, but you could also say 10% of the overall plan not to include the lots, that you could only modify or adjust a certain number of lots. What is the 10% to y'all?
Yeah.
But we've already voted on it the way it's presented.
No, we haven't voted yet. All we voted was to take the tree plan out and discuss it later. But we have not voted yet on this site plan, or on this PDD, to my understanding. So would you explain that? So how could we compromise on the lots? So we'd understand that better?
You could say 10% of the overall development plan with the exception of the lots that are 60-foot wide and the lots that are 40-foot wide. You could do that. That way it preserves that front piece and that second piece.
Okay.
Any number of combinations that y'all want to do.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to make the motion as you explained it, that the 10% with the exception of the 60-foot lots and the 45-foot lots.
40-foot lots.
40-foot lots, yeah. And that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Now,
yeah. Go ahead.
Y'all, sorry. He may have a problem in here.
He may have a problem in there, meaning?
Because of the design of the street and the way that it needs to fit in here, these lots are going to be a little less of a depth than these over here. These will have more.
Okay, so not on the 40, but on the 60? Is that what you're?
You could
No, sorry. I think the problem is if we
Hold
say
on, guys. You have a motion on the floor. Do you have a second?
I'm seconding it by discussing it.
Okay.
That's probably rules of order.
Okay.
Start talking about it, it's a second.
Yeah.
But the problem is you say no 60-foot, no 40-foot, 10% change, no change. But like Melinda's pointing out, if there's some kind of change or it doesn't fit quite right and this has got to move over a little bit, whatever, because of the topography, things happen, right, when you're designing. And and that one has to be tweaked a little bit, and it's less than 10%, staff can approve it. But I think the essence that Mr. Campos is concerned about is splitting those 60 foots and making them all 30 foot, or take the 40 foots and make those all 30 foot, right? Squeezing as much as you can in. So I understand that, but I don't know how to
How about this?
overcome it.
How about you say you can approve the 10% overall plan except for the number of lots?
Okay.
I was going to say, the number
Unless
of
it's
lots
going
cannot
down.
be increased, yes,
We're asking for.
correct.
We're asking for the lot.
That it can be
asking
decreased.
That the lots would be decreased.
Okay.
Saying, can we get your permission to
Can-
decrease the number of lots and without having to go through the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Can you amend
That's
your,
what we're asking for. We're not saying increase the number of lots. We're saying, can you allow us to decrease the number of lots?
right.
Right,
So, Mr. Campos, could you amend your motion to,
Yeah, so what you have read, Mayor, if you were to read it again, you will see that what we're asking for is the ability to reduce the number of lots, meaning reduce the density, which is what everybody here is asking for, without having to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yeah.
That's what we're asking for. We're not saying, oh, we want, and the 10%, I can tell you, staff and city engineer, they both have to approve it. And ultimately, we are bound by a master plan. So 10% is also a standard, has been approved for all the other PDs. We did not ask for it. It was actually part of the application. It's important you understand that. We're not being coy about asking for the 10%. It is part of the standard application. We didn't ask for anything extra.
Okay, so I think my motion would be that is to accept the 10% as long as it's not
doesn't increase.
increasing the number
There you
of
go.
lots.
and I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to, regarding the 10%, the developer will not increase the lots. In each size category, which is the 30-foot, the 40-foot, and the 60-foot. Correct?
No.
No, it's just as
Just
long as you don't
increase the
increase the
number
lot.
of lots.
Okay, that's it.
Because if he wants to make those 30-foot lots 50-foot,
Okay,
go for it. Right?
All right.
I mean, that's what everybody's
all right,
asking for.
all right. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. How about the overall PDD? With the exception of the two, we still need to?
You still need to take a vote.
I'll make a motion that we approve the PDD with the exceptions that have been
I'll second that.
approved.
All right. So we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Martinez to approve Agenda Item 7.1 as presented with the exceptions of the two motions that passed previously on the trees and on the lots. Any further discussion? All right, so we'll take a vote. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
And Ms. Heil?
Yes.
And Mr. Campos?
No.
Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes, and I also wanted to just say, Counselor Orozco's not here, but he is in favor of this development as well.
Okay, so but he can't vote, but the motion does pass, 3 ayes and 1 nay. All right. Okay, thank you all very much for being here and staying here and communicating, and anyway, we'll just see what happens and keep y'all apprised. All right, so 3 to
Could I
1.
just
Yes,
make a
you sure
comment?
can.
To
Mr.
my colleagues,
Campos.
I really appreciate you entertaining the motions that I
Yeah.
presented. I really do. Thank you so much.
That's right. Okay, thank you all very much. Take care. All right. And if anybody wants to leave, then okay. We're going to move then to 7.2 at 8:10.
Mayor, I did send you a sticky note. I don't know if you want to
Oh,
present to
that's right. Stacy
Rhodey.
Rhodey? Where's Stacy? Oh, okay. Well, let me, real quickly. Do you all remember at the beginning of the meeting, I said that I didn't have anybody to present this proclamation to? Well, now I do. So let me go down there and read this real quick.
we weren't aware that the meeting time had changed.
Mayor, if you don't mind, can you use the podium mic? Our batteries died on your mic.
Okay, so this is back to agenda item presentation number 1. And this is a National Payroll Week proclamation, and I'm giving this proclamation to, go ahead.
Stacy Rohde. I'm with the Alamo Chapter of Payroll Professionals here in the Bexar County area.
All righty, so let me read this for you. Whereas the payroll org and its more than 20,000 members have launched a nationwide public awareness campaign that pays tribute to the nearly 150 million people who work in the United States and the payroll professionals who support the American system by paying wages, reporting worker earnings, and withholding federal employment taxes. And whereas payroll professionals in the city of Leon Valley, Texas, play a key role in maintaining the economic health of the city of Leon Valley, carrying out such diverse tasks as paying into unemployment insurance system, providing information for child support enforcement, and carrying out tax withholding, reporting, and depositing. And whereas payroll departments collectively spend more than $2.4 trillion annually compiling with myriad federal and state wage and tax laws, and whereas payroll professionals play an increasingly important role ensuring the economic security of American families by helping to identify non-custodial parents and making sure they comply with their child support mandates. And whereas payroll professionals have become increasingly proactive in educating both the business community and the public at large about the payroll tax withholding systems. And whereas payroll professionals meet regularly with federal and state tax officials to discuss both improving compliance with government procedures and how compliance can be achieved at less cost to both government and businesses. And whereas the week in which Labor Day falls has been proclaimed National Payroll Week, I hereby give additional support to the efforts of the people who work in the city of Leon Valley, Texas, and of the payroll profession by proclaiming the first full week of September Payroll Week for this city of Leon Valley, Texas, signed by my hand this 20th day of August, 2024, Mayor Chris Riley. So let's congratulate all of the people who pay you. That's important.
On behalf of the Alamo Chapter, we would like to thank y'all for the support and the community of Leon Valley for just continually supporting us. It is truly greatly appreciated, and obviously we can't do what we do on a regular basis without y'all's support. So again, we truly appreciate all your support that y'all give out throughout the year and continue to do so each and every year.
Thank you. Thank you, Stacy.
Thank y'all so much for y'all's time. Happy Labor Day.
All right. Now we get to get into the budget. Okay. Yes, Mr. Yarnell, did you have a question? You sure can. Go right ahead. We might be here till midnight tonight. That's okay.
I can tag along. As I came into the meeting tonight, Ms. Trejo was out in the foyer, and I said, "Well, it's time to go home." She said, "Well, this is payroll night, and I'll be staying late." So she's over here wherever she is, doing payroll.
That's why I shouted out for her, because she is so dedicated. So thank you, Mr. Yarnell, for bringing that to our attention. Okay, so we are back on the agenda, 7.2, and as you can see on the agenda, we've got multiple items to do with the budget. So 7.1, conduct a public hearing, so that means we'll formally open and close that public hearing for the City of Leon Valley on the proposed budget fiscal year 2024-2025. Dr. Caldera, this is your favorite subject.
My favorite subject.
Yes, and the most important subject. Most important thing we do as a council is to approve this budget. So go ahead.
Mayor,
Yes, you sure may. Go
So
ahead.
what I'd like to know is if we have a comment or question on something in the presentation, do we wait to the end or at
Stop
the
me.
time?
Just stop
I think
me.
you like to do it.
Yeah, I just like to get it out of the way.
Okay, thank you.
And then I do have all the department heads here this evening, so if you have any questions specifically for one of the department heads, they're here to answer.
They've been waiting very patiently, so thank y'all very much. Okay.
Okay, so I did, so for those of you that have been joining us for the budget meetings, I've been giving this presentation since January of this beginning of this year, and we've kind of been going through the budget and having these discussions. And so this budget presentation is a little less detailed. I took out the Excel spreadsheets. I kind of just kept the general overall dollar amounts, and so we can get through this item fairly quickly. So I'm going to move fairly quickly, so just please stop me if you have any particular questions. So we're going to go over the general fund. Right now, sitting in your capital reserve fund, you're sitting at $4.1 million. The council voted at the last meet or the meeting before that to increase your emergency fund to 1.2, leaving you with an estimated total of $5.4 million.
Okay, I had a question because that was a lower number. It was 4 point. Remember, I mean, we've been doing it so many times. So our reserve fund has increased because of the ARPA interest.
Right. So you had ARPA interest.
That's what I was going to ask.
Correct. You
Where
had
did
your
we get more
ARPA
money from?
interest, and you've decreased your personnel services because I budgeted $950 for premiums per employee,
Okay.
and that's gone down to $818 per
Okay.
employee.
So
that's
where
the biggest. That's
okay.
the biggest difference.
When I saw that, I went, boy, it used to be 4 point something.
Yes.
So, okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So again, you increased your emergency fund to $250. That's about 4.1 months of operating income. GFOA recommends 2 months. We've been sitting at around roughly 3 months. Again, depending on what you have planned for the future, for us, we've got radios for $1 million coming up. We've got ambulance that we're going to have to purchase next year, or at least the year after. It's a 1998 ambulance for roughly $350,000. So it's important to note those upcoming expenses in the near future. And so it's good to have a healthy reserve fund balance. We've also gotten a request to purchase 100 acre feet of water rights, and we're going to need some money to be able to do that if the council so chooses to do that. So I just kind of want to make note that you do have some upcoming expenses, and so it is important to have, $4 to $5 million sitting in your general fund reserve, which you do. Again, after calculating the budget, you are sitting in the good at $244,000. $95,000 of that $244,000 is considered ARPA interest funds that came from TexPool.
All right, Mr. Campos.
So for the citizens and my colleagues, it looks like on the surface that we have revenues in excess of our expenditures of almost $245,000.
Yes, sir.
But that's not really what's happening here within the city. So just so you know, the citizens know, there's different revenue sources. One, we have the red light camera. That's a source where we're able to move salary expenses. We're paying for 6 officers through there, that if we didn't have that red light camera, they'd need to be in the general fund, okay? And then we're allocating $1 million, almost $1.5 million to the water company on allocated salaries, okay? We're overburdening the enterprise fund by over-allocating these salaries. And we talked about this last year, and there was an estimate that Dr. Caldera and I were talking about that was just under $500,000 that really belongs back into the general fund, okay? And why do I bring it up? Because in the enterprise fund, which is our water district, there's only 66% of our residents that are served by that water company. The other 34% are served by SAWS. So what's happening is they're artificially increasing the expenses by these allocations, and it's hurting our water company. So I just want to clarify that this 244 is not that we have a surplus. Matter of fact, we're not able to meet our obligations between real estate taxes, sales taxes, and all the other miscellaneous fees to fund our core services, okay? So, you know, when we're looking at this, I'm like to make a suggestion to my colleagues that we take back for this 1 year the over allocation of the enterprise fund to the tune of about the $245,000. Because as we burden that water company, we cannot do any of the repairs that's needed. And I'll tell you, there's over $33 million worth of needs over there for our infrastructure that has not been addressed. So I just want that to be in the forefront of our minds. This is not a surplus.
So yes, so for those of you that don't know, for as long as I have been here and many years prior to that, salaries have been allocated to the enterprise fund. But we had a discussion last, 2 meetings ago on our water rates, and the discussion came up that y'all don't want to raise water rates. Y'all want to keep them like saws. And so without increasing, so you can't have it both ways. So you either have to put it on the waterfront, you have to either put the salaries for not all the employees, but a percentage of the salaries on the water fund, or you encompass it all in the general fund and let the water fund completely 100% support itself. But in order to be able to do that, you're also going to have to take a look at water rate increase. I mean, you can't one way or another. And so, however the council so chooses to do that. But yes, for as long as I have been here and many years prior to me being here, the enterprise fund has always encompassed, or salaries have always been allocated over there.
And
okay, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to
and then
point
Mr.
out
Bradshaw.
that the allocation does not match the level of effort. Okay, so if you have, for example, 50% of an employee's salary going to the water company, they don't perform 50% of their day or their work for the water company. It's just merely an effort to balance this budget. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm trying to get to is let's match the level of effort and quit relying on the water fund to subsidize. It's a subsidy to our general fund.
Right. And we're not the only ones. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cities that do that.
Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to say I agree with you, Councilor Campos, that, and we've discussed this before about the allocation. I think when I first got on the council, I was like, wait a minute, why is the city attorney 50% water? They spend 50% of their time on the water, and no, to Dr. Caldera's point, it's been like this
for a long time.
For at least 3 years since she's been here. We should look at this and try and fix it, however we're going to address it.
And it would help your water rates.
And it would help the water rates as well. We're not going to fix it tonight, unless you got a great plan. But I think we should quickly, I think we should get through this budget. We're right here. And then we need to look at this starting pretty much right away so we can be ready for the next fiscal year to budget it correctly, try and get it set.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. I agree with you on that. You bet. Anything else? All right.
Okay. So so just so we're clear, so he's requesting that the 244 be moved over into the enterprise fund. Is that a motion, or are you,
What my motion would be is to pull back $244,000 or $245,000 from the enterprise fund back into the general fund. That way,
No, you don't want to take the enterprise fund money and move it to the general fund.
No, the allocated payroll expenses.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
To move it back to the general fund.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, the allocation, and then this 245 would go away
right,
as
but
an over because it would.
Right, but then you have to understand 95,000 of that 244 is ARPA funds. You're not going to have that money next year. So then you're going to have to take a look at a tax increase or something in order. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it's only this 1 year.
right.
that-
It is just 1 year. But then you're going to end up, you're not fixing the
You have
problem
a
if I have
shortfall
to.
if you
Right.
don't fix it.
Right. So if that's going to be the pleasure of the council, that's fine. I just want to make sure that you understand that 95,000 of that 244 is a one-time revenue source.
Okay. So is there a second on that? I'm sorry, take out the 95 and leave it in the water fund?
I would think that you're saying that there would be a $95,000 surplus revenue over expenditures, but there's not. It gives a false sense that, oh, we're collecting enough money to fund our general expenses. No, we're not. We've just allocated so much to the salaries to the water fund to come up with a $244,805 overage.
I would also like to point out, and again, this item isn't on for discussion tonight, but we are going to bring back a budget adjustment, and the council can decide that they don't want to purchase water rights, but we do have an offer on the table to purchase 100 acre feet. And so if you move you'd be decreasing that amount. Well, let me get to I'll go back, don't worry. You'd be decreasing your 4.1 million that's down here by the 244,000. And so then when we come back next meeting, we're going to be asking to take another 600,000, if that's what council wants to do, 600,000 from your general
For the
fund.
water.
Correct. Now, you could offer, as your impact fees come in from the new housing development from Senate 1 to, and the Texas Homes Project on Evers, you could refund the general fund back that money if that's something you want to do, or not. But I just want you to, well, that's coming, so I don't want you to be caught off guard either.
I personally liked what Mr. Bradshaw said. Let's get through this budget and then let's address this. Because I think
that'd be a
we're
good idea.
piecemealing it, and I don't understand the whole thing. I don't know how much money we're supplanting from one
And it will
fund,
change,
and
like,
it'll
once we-
change. So that's what I would say. Let's just get through this budget and then address it. But like you say, Mr. Bradshaw, let's do it right after we finish this budget. We need to, not wait until
Take some
next,
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
next May. So anyway, yes, sir. Go ahead. That's
So
what I would say.
I want to make sure all the citizens and everyone at this dais knows that we do not have more revenue than our expenditures. We do not. It is an artificial overage because of this overallocation.
Okay.
Okay.
So you had a
I think
motion
we've
and
got
a
that.
second by Mr. Martinez.
Did you second it, Mr. Martinez?
He started discussing the item?
Okay. All
So-
right. So do y'all want to vote on it? All right. Mr. Martinez?
I agree.
Ms. Heil? Mr. Campos?
Yes.
And Mr. Bradshaw?
I would rather look at it all and reallocate it together, so I'll say no.
All right. The motion passes 3 ayes and 1 nay.
Okay, so then that's, so it complicates things a little bit, so it's gonna change your budget in the sense that I'm gonna have to move those monies over from your enterprise fund. You can still adopt the budget this evening, but just so you know, the budget document you have in front of you is going to change when I make those salary allocations and move them over.
Okay. You sure may. Go ahead. Just so
Is it
I'm making that-
possible that we adopt or go through this without changing it, but after we've adopted this, then we do a budget adjustment?
You can do a budget adjustment afterwards. It does, so you can vote on the budget this evening. You've already motioned and made, and that's fine. I'm just letting you know that the budget documents you have in front of you, everything that you did right now is perfectly fine. We're just going to go, as staff, we're going to go back, reallocate the salaries, but the budget documents you have, what we've presented this evening, is going to change on the salary side of things over to the general fund, so those numbers are going to be different. And so we'll get you copies of that, and it doesn't prevent you from adopting tonight's budget because you've already made that motion in the budget. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
But if we adopt, there could be other changes we address as we're going through this. So there could be other items that pop up like this. So do we really want to pass a budget that's not a balanced budget, or wait till?
It is a
wait till the
balanced
next,
budget.
Or
I mean, you
wait
don't
till-
have to. You
Wait
can-
till
you can-
wait till the third, or the next meeting to review the changes and pass the budget at that time.
You can certainly make that motion at the end of this discussion. Okay.
I don't have any other changes other than that.
Okay. All right.
So, we can continue
We can
to
just
go through.
continue, and then if Mr. Martinez wants to make a motion, he can at the end or whenever you want to. That's
Yeah,
fine.
you can certainly do that.
Okay, we're on changes.
We're on changes.
Mhm.
So, from the original PowerPoint presentation, we moved one of the police officers to the police forfeiture fund. We deleted the part, we had a part-time impound lot employee, and we deleted that. We allocated 10% of salaries from parks and maintenance employees to the community and conference center fund. We deleted the $160,000 allocated for the restrooms. We increased the overtime by $12,000 for special events. We deleted the $100,000 basketball court shades. We added the Microsoft Office 365. It was in the amount of $64,000. The insurance actually increased by now 16%. So sorry I didn't make that adjustment. Oops.
And that's the medical?
That's a medical
Okay, I
insurance,
just want to be
yes,
sure,
ma'am.
because it didn't say what insurance.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
It was
no, that's okay.
16%.
Thank you.
And so then we made various changes in the presentation, and I went over all of those line by line item at the August 6, 2024 council meeting. So just revenue highlights, we had operating revenues of $14 million. You have your tax rate sitting the same at 0.484739. The average market value for the tax year increased to $35 million. It's important to note that we don't know how much we're going to lose in appeals. Last year we lost about $67 million, but we think we're going to generate an additional $291,000. This is just the average homeowner here in Leon Valley's house is valued at $224,000. So the average tax levy is about $1,088 for the city of Leon Valley, and this is just comparison from 2023 tax year to 2024 tax year.
Okay, so Dr. Caldera, you and I talked about this increase of 9669, and this is on top of the 20% exemption.
Correct. So you
said this is all equal to the property value it
Going-
raising.
Yes, so your property value from last year, your tax year 2023 was sitting at 204 on the average home.
Okay,
Now it's
all
sitting
right.
at 224.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your tax rate is a total, you can see your tax rate in 2020, it was 54 cents, 53 cents for 2 years in a row. And then in 2023, we dropped it to 48 cents. And this year I'm proposing the same tax rate. Oops. Your ad valorem tax, just some notable increases, is $291,000. Your building permits are going up to $261,000. Again, this has to do with some of the new developments. Some notable decreases, we're proposing a $37,000 decrease in your sales tax. As you've been noting over the last several months, your sales tax has decreased. As I mentioned in the previous budget cycle, that legislation had passed not requiring sales tax on some of the feminine products, diapers, some of those things, and we were going to see that. Some of our larger businesses also have had some tax variations this year. Whataburger closed for a little while, so we're starting to see some of those decreases. So we did project a 2% decrease in your sales tax for next year. These are just proportions of your revenue and where they come from. The majority of your revenue comes from ad valorem tax. Your expenditure highlights, your operating expenditures are sitting about $15 million. The majority of the increase is dealt with personnel, supplies, and some contractual. Your capital expenditures is $2.9 million, and the majority of that has to do with your hike and bike trail. Your highest expenditure, is your personnel cost. By department, public safety is obviously your highest expenditure. When you go to your general fund, again, your ending fund balance is sitting at $4.1 million. This is your breakdown of your revenue sources. That's your ad valorem tax, your sales tax, your franchise fees, your license fees and fines, your grants. Oops. And then everybody always wants to know what other is. Here's your other broken down for your total revenue sitting at $14 million. Your expenditures for court for next year sitting at about $427,000. Oops. Finance department, your total expenditures are sitting at $498,000. Your city manager council expenditures are sitting at 1.2 million. Your information technology expenditures are sitting at 448,000. Your capital for your information technology department, we're budgeting for a server for the fire department, which is a replacement. I'm sorry, it's an addition. Your ports for your library and your public works are, one's a replacement and one's brand new. Your police expenditures are sitting at 3.8 million. Your capital for police is one detective vehicle. Your impound expenditures are sitting at 140,000. Your fire expenditures are sitting at 4.2 million. Your fire capital, there need to do some upgrades to, we say fire technology, but it's all the alarm systems, all the alerting systems for the fire department. Their Ventahood for about 35,000, and it's not just the Ventahood, it's the suppression, it's the ventilation pieces up at the top all have to be rerouted. Your ambulance with power load system, that's your ARP. It's really a rollover. It hasn't come in yet. You have it scheduled for this budget cycle, but we haven't been able to purchase it yet. It's being built right now.
So this is ARP funds?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we know we're not going to get it by the end of the fiscal year, so we're just letting you know it's going to be in next year's budget.
All right. Thank you.
Your public works expenditures are sitting at 2.5. Your public works capitals, the kennels at 35,000. Planning and zoning expenditures are sitting at 1 million. Your economic development is sitting at 656,000. Economic development capital, I'm putting Mr. Salinas in charge of your PEG funds. We're finally going to be able to utilize that source, which the city has never been able to use. We're hoping to do the upgrades here in the community and conference center. You'll have a public access channel, and so we'll be able to do some upgrades with some of that money. Special events is sitting at about 172,000. Parks and Rec is sitting at 2.4 mil. Your parks capital is sitting at 2.1, and that's for your hike and bike trail and your mower shredder. Your library expenditures are sitting at 535,000. Now we move on to your enterprise fund. Your operating revenues is 5.2, and your operating expenses are sitting at 3.6. Your transfers out for debt is 107. Your transfers out for personnel service, this is what we were talking about earlier. So we're going to decrease this amount by 244,000 by moving that money, leaving it in essentially in the enterprise fund and giving it to reallocating those back to the general fund. Your capital is at 1.2. Your revenue source, your highest is your water and sewer sales. Your expenses are mainly dealt with contractual. This is just a summary. Your ending fund balance in your water fund is sitting at 1.5. Your water expenses, so that was the total of all three funds together. Just on the water side is sitting at 1.9. These are the main replacements in your purchase of water rights. You have 140,000. We also didn't purchase water rights this year, or we may. With the budget adjustment, so you had another 140 sitting in your impact fees right now, 696,000 that we've collected in impact fees. You can only spend your impact fees on water rights, and so the budget adjustment that you'll be taking up the next time will be taking a look at purchasing those water rights, because that's all you can do with your impact fees.
So it's the 698 in impact fees plus the 240.
No, total. That's what you have total.
Oh, that's total we have.
690.
It's the 690,
Yes,
but we're going to need more.
Correct.
From the general fund reserve if we want to purchase
more
the
than
100-acre water feet. Okay.
And that person doesn't want to split up the 100-acre feet.
Okay.
And so it's either all or nothing, and that's fine. That may not be what you want to do. You may want to turn that down and go out for a lease or something later. I'm just providing you that as an option.
But our water needs for these new subdivisions.
You're going to need them eventually.
Needs, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your sewer expenses is sitting at 2.7. Your water capital for your replacement of sewer mains is 500,000. Your stormwater expenses is 184,000. Your red light cameras, we're moving on to that, is red light cameras and traffic safety. Here's your summary and expenditures of revenue sources and expenditures. Your total ending fund balance is 452,000. Your red light camera expenditures is 1.5 million. Your traffic safety expenditures is 399,000. Your traffic safety capital, we're going to go ahead and purchase one vehicle for $65,000. American Rescue Plan, and so again, just kind of noting that we haven't finished purchasing the ambulance.
That was my question. What is that for the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am. It's not going to be in by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, because it didn't say what the expenditure was, so.
Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
you've already allocated, it was supposed to be spent, they're not going to be done building the ambulance on time, and so it's going to go into next fiscal year, so we're just noting it already, because we know that that's going to happen.
All right, thank you.
Your Crime Control Prevention District, your operating revenues is sitting at $431,000, your operating expenditures are at $277,000. And then you've already kind of reviewed this at the meeting prior.
Would you just, again, for the citizens that weren't here, the 773?
Sure, 773,000.
That's the savings in that.
That's the reserve for the crime control prevention, yes.
And your justification, you're going to be using that money for?
You're eventually going to have to fund officers out in your traffic safety and your red light camera program. So I'm trying to save you from yourself and have a healthy fund balance. So when we have to start moving officers out of that fund, it's your general fund isn't taking the majority of the hit. Now, you also have, we have a couple of programs that I would like to do with the Crime Control Prevention District, notification stuff with the public. And so that's something me and the chief are exploring, not flyers and not postcards, but something a little interesting. But we're working out the details with that. So I don't want to pitch anything yet until I can work out what that's going to look like and see if we can get any grant funding for that to help offset that cost. And so we'll be presenting that to council at a later time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So your crime control district expenditures is sitting at about $277,000. Your community center fund, your budget is balanced in your community center fund. Your operating revenues is sitting at $161,000. Your operating expenditures is $155,000. Your shared services is about $21,000. Your community and conference center summary revenues and expenditures is $181,000. Your expenditures is $155,000. Your street maintenance tax fund, your total expenditures is $2.8. You can only use your street maintenance on street maintenance. Your special revenue funds, these are just smaller funds, so we kind of just put them all on one slide. Your grant fund is sitting at about $12,000. Your building security fund is about $10,000. We use it for court bailiffs. Your child safety fund is about $7,000. We use it to fund the school crossing guard. Your municipal court technology is about $17,000. Normally it's for ticket writers or upgrades in encode that we may need for the year. Debt service is sitting at $691,000, and your police forfeiture fund is sitting at $127,000. So some of the things that we do have included in this budget is the 2% merit increase and a 3% cost of living. It also funds the staff's longevity pay. The proposed budget includes funding for the city's medical insurance program. The program does provide medical insurance at no cost to all the employees, but does not fund dependent care coverage. The retirement rate for this year is 19.52%. Oops. The City Hall will be closed from Tuesday, December 24th through Wednesday, January the 1st. The city will be open Thursday, January the 2nd. We do have the tax rate up next, but that is your public hearing. So
I have a public hearing on this.
Yes, ma'am.
On the proposed budget. So let me go ahead and open that for our citizens if you'd like to comment on the proposed budget. It's 8:45. And if you'd like to make a comment, please come up and state your name, Mr. Yarnell, and your comment. You have up to 3 minutes.
Okay,
Good evening and welcome back.
Pardon me?
Good evening and welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
I have several questions based on the report. I'm looking at the sewer capital. We're going to do $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
How many feet of line are replacing compared to the amount that needs to be replaced?
Oh, Melinda, yeah, it's
about a foot.
And a lot of times it's emergency repairs, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We also use it to offset grant costs. So like we're getting a grant from the Bexar County CDBG this year for replacing a sewer main up by Interior Body Shop. And so they will typically give us around $250,000. If the project goes over that, then we use that fund to make up the rest of the money.
No, my question was how this amount we're going to spend, how does it compare what we need to replace?
Oh, it's nowhere
unmet needs.
A penny versus a million?
Penny versus a million. Okay, I've got the clock working over here.
Mm-hmm.
I have another plan coming to the city council. Remember I told you it would begin end of September?
Oh, I joined you. Yeah, I'm getting too eager here.
We'll give you the answers then.
I had the same thing with the water capital. Are you
Okay, Miss Melinda, back over. Okay, go ahead. What's your question on water?
Pardon me?
The same thing for the water capital.
A penny, okay. And the community car is going to be for Mr. Salinas? Is that what we're doing?
I'm sorry?
The community car?
It'll be for anything dealing with the PEG fund channel, so.
What is that? What is a PEG fund?
So your PEG fund can only be used for public access channel, and so it will support anybody that's doing the media for your public access channel.
Okay.
So I couldn't take it to go to training anywhere.
So you're restricted on what you can use this vehicle for?
Yes.
Okay. Public Works capital, we're purchasing a kennel. Is that all they need, is a kennel?
That's all the council authorized.
That's not my question. We don't need anything else of Public Works beside a kennel?
Most of the equipment has already been purchased in Public Works, like most of the equipment.
So there's not equipment needs now?
I don't remember what I deleted from capital, but.
Yeah, I'm sure you deleted something, yeah, but.
I left the mower in there, I think that was her only.
The mower went to the park? Yeah, okay.
I don't think we had any large.
We didn't ask for any capital this year because we spent the last 5 years replacing all the dump trucks, the water truck.
Oh, okay.
We bought the street sweeper that came out of
Yeah.
the stormwater fund. We do need another mower because of Huebner Creek and the hike and bike trail. And it's a tractor, it's not just a little push mower or anything like that.
But it's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
It's in the
Right.
park fund, right?
We deleted a lot of the park stuff, but in Public Works, we didn't ask for anything.
Okay, I think, project revenue, we got sales tax going down, you said, and I see that is all, and the EMS revenue is going down. Why is that?
It's just a matter of who pays their EMS bill, so that's just.
Oh,
what
so
we're
we have
doing.
people are not, okay.
Some people just don't pay their EMS.
And project revenue, ad valorem taxes, and the building permits are almost the same numbers. Is
Yeah,
that
because you have a lot of new subdivisions going in, so we're projecting.
hiking that up on that side? As I understand, we have several $1 million for unmet needs. Do we have a list of that somewhere so we can actually be working?
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
Council a presentation on projected needs, and
Uh-huh.
so I'll be bringing that during our retreat. And so I'll be bringing that back for the council to prioritize in public, and so they can figure out how they want to fund that, whether with bonds or raising taxes or however they want to do it.
Okay, so that package will be coming to them and us also?
At the second meeting in September, yes.
Okay. The tax rate we're talking about tonight, 0.484?
Okay, but we're gonna wait until we talk,
Where does
we'll
that-
have a
where's
public
the
hearing on the
20%
tax rate.
Into that. Do I need to wait for that?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. This is the budget, so you asked some really good questions on the budget. And I just want to say on the PEG fund, I found out when I went to ACOG, they actually have a studio, a podcast studio that we can use, any suburban city can use. And so that I would see them driving the car from here to and it's way over there at 410 and Perrin Battle. So anyway, just throw that in.
I don't know if we'll start a podcast, but.
No, but I'm just saying, they have a studio, and I don't know, we have to go over there and look at it.
So where's the pay, what is that fund? I've never heard of it.
Oh, gosh, we've just been,
New.
no, it's not new.
Sorry,
We've
our
been
use
just,
to it, our access
we've just
to it.
been building up to it.
So since
Yeah.
y'all have this resource that the city's never tapped into because. nobody
Crystal, why
wanted
don't you come to the microphone so everybody can hear you, please? Thank
So,
you.
gosh, before my time, y'all went ahead and adopted PEG funds. And so what happens anytime you have a utility that comes in that has media, they have to pay a fee into the PEG funds. And so PEG funds can only be used for public access channel is essentially what they can only be used for. And so it's just been sitting there building over the last several years. And so it's a lot of work to get it going. And so the staff back here has worked really, really hard to be able to tap into those funds. And so we've been able to successfully do that. So
PEG is an acronym for something?
Public education.
public education, yeah.
We have a television channel. We'll have a
television
TV channel.
Like
Yeah.
San Antonio.
You'll be a star.
I will.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you. Yes, Mr. Stevens, good evening and welcome back. Good to see you. Uh-huh.
So I too have just a couple of really specific, really questions kind of and some comments. So I really liked seeing on the budget the transfers in element for the ambulance, the way that the ARPA funds have transferred over, because we know that that was revenue that was collected but not spent, so we were saving it. What I'm intrigued with, and I couldn't really, when I was still on the council, I didn't really realize this because I didn't have enough years to trend, but now it's very clear that for the hike and bike trail, like, and I'm going to try to make this as like simple as possible. So the current budget we're in right now, we budgeted 2.2 million and it was offset by a grant of 1.26 million. So about the net cost to the city was about 1 million, roughly. And obviously we spent a little bit of that, some of it we saved, but the point is we had a balanced budget. And so the city brought in that $1 million, is what I'm assuming, because we haven't heard any stories about falling short of revenue this year. And so I'm just curious, why are we rebudgeting that same exact line item instead of carrying it over like the transfers in for the ambulance? Why is that line item not carried over? For example, we collected $1 million this year. We have $1 million briefcase right here, and it's not been spent yet on hike and bike part 2. That's probably the main reason our reserve is so large, because we never spent that $1 million in a briefcase. However, next year we're budgeting that $1 million completely again. And so it's requiring another $1 million of revenue. Am I just misunderstanding something?
I don't.
Well, no, you're kind of on the right track. And so here's your budgeted amount is right here, and you're seeing this 4.128 because the hike and bike trail is sitting up here in your capital outlay. When we take a look at your budget, you'll see that this has gone up by close to $1 million. So
I'm not getting that. I'm not getting that complicated.
Okay.
But and it's a different section of the budget. But you also have to compare. Yeah, where's the actual? So it should be specifically. It should be 2.2 million is what's budgeted, and then it's offset by 1.26 million, and it's actually identical on both budgets. Like if you pull up last year's budget that was the finalized budget versus this year's budget, which is obviously a draft, but it's the same exact line item. And my question is, if we've already collected that $1 million in a briefcase and we have it sitting here, why are we collecting it again instead of just identifying it as a transfer in? We're collecting the revenue 2 times so far, maybe another year, 3 times. And obviously that's beneficial to the city, like it's helping our reserve grow, but it's not like the budgeting isn't, if we collected it and didn't spend it, then we still have it. But we're then collecting it again from ground zero is what I guess I'm getting at.
So we can say that it's a transfer because we haven't, to move one more, we haven't collected that grant itself. So
It's a reimbursable grant.
Okay, so
now with the ARPA, the way that it works that one, we receive that money. So in this fiscal year, we need to make sure that we are recognizing that revenue. So that's why you're seeing it as a revenue.
Okay, so I get that. So why, I mean, in the spirit of transparency, shouldn't the citizens understand that we collected roughly $1 million that we did not spend last year, that we're going to be collecting again?
So every time the way that it works that one, we don't collect until Melinda sends the reimbursement, right, Melinda?
No, but I'm just talking about budgeting, for the purpose of budgeting.
For the purpose of, so we
And I guess for the purpose of creating a balanced budget, which is what our tax rate is derived from.
Sure. So we had the conversation on the hike and bike, a long conversation on the hike and bike. And so I broke it down. I broke the hike and bike down. And so the way we show it on our budget is it was budgeted last year, right? So you're not going to spend it this year. So it changes your beginning fund balance and your estimated for FY 2024. So instead of starting at 4.1 million, your beginning fund balance for the next fiscal year is sitting at 5.362.
Okay.
See up here? So instead of sitting at 4 million.
Or you're looking at it would be the next 2 numbers over, 5.36 and then.
Right. So right. But what I'm showing you is that if we would have spent it this year, you would have been sitting at 4.1 million. Say the project went through this year.
Right.
So that means your beginning fund balance would have been 4.1 million up here. But we're not going to spend it this year. So this is your estimated expenditures for this fiscal year is 5.362, because we're not going to spend the capital. See how this capital went from what you actually budgeted to what we're actually estimating we're
Okay,
going to spend?
okay, so when we create a balanced budget,
Mhm.
we aren't, when this council creates a balanced budget and you say all of our revenues equal all of our expenses, you aren't even considering what's in the beginning fund balance, right? Like in order to create a balanced budget, it's only the revenues that we're anticipating to bring in.
Correct.
So like, it's almost like an irrelevant value. So, I mean, it's relevant in the aspect of we're healthy
Right.
in terms of the city, but it's irrelevant in terms of creating that balanced element to the budget, right? Like,
If you don't, I mean,
my main thing is, it just seems to me like the citizens should be aware that the reason, like the primary reason our reserve continues to grow is because we're duplicate budgeting our revenue, and we're making sure that we have the revenue to pay for it
right,
twice.
Right, well, you only didn't budget it, so look at your capital outlay for 2023, it's not in there. You've only budgeted for that.
One time.
That's
this
not
year.
true. Look,
See?
well, first of all, that's 2 year,
That's
that is,
22, 23.
no, but we're doing,
This is-
estimate, it would be the estimated value.
Right, so
The
your
23, 24 values.
Right, your estimated 23, 24, we're not gonna spend it,
Mm-mm.
so we're decreasing that amount.
Mhm.
You didn't budget for the hike and bike trail in 2022, 2020.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we budgeted
You budgeted this
it
year.
current year that we're
Current
in, which
year,
is
you're not gonna
23,
spend it.
24.
Right, you're not gonna spend it.
We're not
There you
gonna
go.
spend it.
There
Great.
it is. And so that
Mhm.
increases your ending fund balance.
Mhm.
Again, yes,
Okay,
get
there
that.
you go. And so we start there. Yes, we're rebudgeting it for it this year.
Mhm.
And so you're right, your revenues should anticipate your expenditures. We also have the grant on the other side, but
Right,
what you suggested is that we continue to budget for this grant, and that's why we have a healthy.
No, I'm not
fund
saying we
balance.
continued to budget for the grant. We continued to budget both. We continued to budget the offset and the primary.
Okay, yeah,
And
I
I
just
don't
think,
know if
I
this
just
is
think we
gonna-
need to, yeah.
Sure,
I don't know, maybe y'all,
We can talk offline. if
yeah.
you'd like. I don't know.
I hate to,
Yeah.
we've given a lot of time, and we
Yeah,
do
but
need
we
to move on.
definitely-
Yeah, I think that needs to be clarified. If I didn't make you want to question it more and fully understand it,
Okay.
I just hope that it
Okay.
at least makes you want to understand what happened to that 1 million we collected last year. Did it just get added to the reserve, which is what I believe happened?
That's exactly what happened.
And,
It rolls back over in
and
your
so it
reserve.
went to our reserve, which is why our reserve is going up so much. But then when you're creating a balanced budget this year and you're deciding on a tax rate to set to use to make sure that budget balances, you're going to collect that 1 million again from the very beginning up. And so that's where the concern is that we already collected the million and then we're going to collect the million again. So hopefully people
Okay.
can get that cleared up. It was not clear to me when I was on the council, and it's because I didn't have identical numbers. There was
Mhm.
also a lot of playing around with the finance guy at the time and stuff, so
Okay.
it was difficult. But
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for bringing that to our attention. Do appreciate it.
Did you understand what he was getting?
I just thought we just rolled it over. That's what we usually do, is just roll it over. If we don't spend it, we just roll it over.
But what he's saying is that you calculated your tax rate in order to support that $1 million project, and you're calculating your tax rate this year to support the same $1 million.
Oh,
That's what
okay,
he's trying to say.
okay, all right. I see that. Okay. All right, so anyone else like to address the council on the open public hearing on the budget? Okay. Seeing no one, then we'll close the public hearing at 9 o'clock, and we'll move then to agenda item number 7.3, which will require a vote on the budget. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance approving and adopting fiscal year 2024-25 budget and associated capital acquisition plan. And we already had our first read on June the 4th. Dr. Caldera, I know we've got a lot of stuff in our packet. Is there anything, you have a question? Anybody has a question about it? Yes,
I'd like to make
go
the
ahead.
motion to adopt the budget with the revisions that we discussed during the presentation for the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget and associated capital acquisition plan.
And that's the revision of moving the $245,000 over to the General fund, okay.
And I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to approve the fiscal year 2024-25 budget and associated capital acquisition plan with the revision to move that $245,000 to the general fund. Is that the motion that you want? Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion carries 3 ayes and 1 nay. Okay.
May I make
Yes, you sure may
Dr.
make a
Caldera,
comment.
I want to thank you. This is not easy, okay? And I want to thank you for your efforts, and I want to thank all your department
thank all the
heads
staff,
for
please.
being here this evening.
I know.
Thank you for all the work that you do for the city and all of your staff. If you would just relay that, thank your staff for all the hard work they provide the city. So thank you.
Well, and just to make a note, they start like in January of this year and work all the way through. So yes, I ditto that. So thank you all very much. Then moving then to agenda item 7.4, discussion and possible action of a resolution ratifying the fiscal year 2025 budget. And that's Carol.
You're
okay.
ratifying your budget.
Okay.
You just adopted it. You just got to
All right,
ratify it.
so-
It's just a
Oh,
procedural
and then
thing.
you read this?
Just a procedural.
Mayor.
Yeah, it's just, oh, and I should have
I gotta
done,
read
I
this.
should have done a, yeah, we should do a roll call vote on this. I'm sorry, that was, should I
Okay.
go back and do that for the last one?
Not for the.
Not for the
approving
budget adoption, I'm okay there?
Just
For
the
the,
tax
for the
rate.
budget ratification, this is a recorded vote as
Yes, it's
well.
a recorded vote.
Okay, so may I have a motion and a second for the budget ratification, please? Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead and read that, please.
I move to adopt a resolution ratifying the fiscal year 2025 budget that will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $291,133, which is a 0.0537101% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $10,663.78.
Okay. And do I have a second? Yes, I have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Campos to approve the budget ratification as read by Mr. Bradshaw into the record. We take a roll call vote. Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Ms. Heil.
Yes.
Mr. Campos.
Yes.
And Mr. Bradshaw.
Yes.
Okay, it passes unanimously, 4 ayes and no nays. Okay, then now we move to agenda item 7.5, where we conduct a public hearing on the tax rate, the proposed 2024 tax rate. And Dr. Caldera, I know you've given this presentation. Do you have something that you want to go over first before we open up the public hearing?
No, not really. I mean, I'm proposing in order to balance your budget, proposing the same tax rate as last year at 0.484739. Just to note, your no new revenue rate did come in at 0.482709. And then, of course, for those of you that you're with your unused increment financing, if you wanted to go up to your voter approval, tax rate would be sitting at 0.53.
And just make a note, that's without an election.
That would be without a
Right.
correct.
If you go over that, you have to have an election. Just wanted to make that clear. Okay.
So I'm just proposing the same tax rate as we did, as we had last year at 0.484739. And that's just the breakdown of the tax rate. Again, the average home value and the would go up, would increase by $95. That's based on home valuation. So that's where we sit.
Okay, very good. So at this time, let me open up the public hearing at 9:05 and ask if there's anyone in our chambers that would like to address the tax rate for 2024. If you do, please come to the podium, state your name and where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Is this where I ask that question?
Yes, sir. You can ask this
Okay.
question, Mr. Yarnell.
At 0.48739, where does the 20% enter? Is that come down from that number? Does it go up from that number? I don't understand.
I'm going to go back to Dr. Caldera on that answer.
So your exemptions are completely separate from your tax rate,
Right.
essentially. It's just exemptions applied to your home. But your 0.48 is what your tax rate is going to be. Exemptions are applied to the homeowner. and what you qualify as far as your home exemption.
So if I could.
Go ahead, Mr. Campos.
So your home has a value. Let's say it's 400,000, just for round numbers, okay? To an exemption of 20%, you would multiply that 20% times that, and it brings down the taxable value. That value is then subject to this tax rate.
48 cents.
This has nothing to do with the question I'm asking.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Matthews, how are you? Good. Glad you're here.
Charles Matthews, I live in Seneca. My question was, I think at the last meeting, there was a motion, if I recall correctly, or maybe a suggestion that the tax rate would go up a penny. And I would like to ask tonight that if that is going to happen, that anybody that this tax rate does not affect, that they abstain from the vote.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. As I recall at the last meeting, that 1 cent did come up, but I thought the consensus of the council was not to raise it. That's what I remembered. I
Yeah,
thought
at that time, yes.
So, yeah, but
I mean,
doesn't
that's up to
mean you can make a motion again tonight. But anyway, I thought our consensus was just to leave it at 0.48.
So just for a point of clarification, everybody is subject to that rate. What it is the exemption in the value. If you're over 65, your property value is frozen, okay? It doesn't go up. So there's many of us that are over 65, but the rate would apply to all of us for that taxable value. So it does apply to everyone in the community.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Stevens. Good evening and welcome back.
That remark was quite misleading, to be honest, because your tax levy is frozen. It was almost disingenuous. I mean, I'm just going to put that on the record, because your tax levy is frozen. So regardless of the rate, if your value is more than the tax, unless the tax rate fluctuated like a crazy amount, but it can't in Texas, it's limited. It's always been limited, like for at least the last 30 or 40 years. So I just wanted to come and give you, advocate for the young families in our community, which I've reached out to a few of you guys, but as you know, 2020 census showed almost 80% of people in our community are under the age of 65. It's actually, there's a tremendous amount of young people in our community. And often they aren't the ones that appear here at the meetings. So I just wanted to come because a lot of them have to work and stuff, especially when you have to pay these property tax bills. You got to make sure you have enough revenue coming in to be able to afford them. So I wanted to speak just for my personal self to give you some numbers, but also because I think it's important. First of all, everybody's public, your tax data is public information. You can look mine up. You can look up any address you wanted to. And so, for example, for me, I pay over $5,000 of property taxes a year. If you know where I live, I don't live in any mansion by any stretch. To be specific, I pay $54.65 this year. Next year, if everybody keeps their tax rates the same, and we saw the 10% increase, next year, if everybody's tax rate stays the exact same, I'll be paying over $6,000, so it's an increase of about $600 I'll be paying next year. Of that, the amount that I pay to Leon Valley this year is $1,085. If the tax rate stays the same next year, and I think this was like abbreviated in one of the slides, and I'm very in line with the average, my rate would go up $108.57. So essentially what's happening if you wanted to increase the tax rate, and I strongly agree with you on your points, but if you wanted to increase the tax rate, you're saying that a person like me and any of the 80% that are homeowners in our community that are under the age of 65 that would be affected by a tax rate increase, you're telling us essentially that 10% isn't enough. We're greedy and we need to make sure we screw the younger generation, and so we're going to make, if you raise it 2 pennies, guess what? That means instead of us paying 10% more next year, we're paying 14% more next year. 2 pennies, each penny with our rate is about 2%. And so just know that. I wanted to speak just because I don't think if you've been past the age of 65 in Leon Valley for quite a while, you maybe have not realized the amount that our home values have increased. So I pulled some information from the St. Louis Fed that does a lot of like statistic compilation and stuff, and I thought this was very interesting. But so this is the house price index. Does that mean something?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll give you another minute.
Oh, okay. So I'll say this really quickly.
Okay.
But the house price index in Leon Valley. So this this is a statistic based on the median price of all homes that sell in Bexar County. I said Leon Valley, but I meant Bexar County. From 1985 to 2000, the average rate of increase year over year, so that 15-year period, was 0.77% per year. That's how much home values went up. And so if you kept the tax rate the same, you're going to pay just a percentage more every year. From 2001 to 2015, the next 15 years, homes increased an average of 4.5% every year. So it's a lot more than the 15 years prior, but still it's not anything like it is today. So since 2016, so you average 2016 to 2023, it's been an average of 11.7% year over year. So that means essentially if you're part of the younger generation in our community, unfortunately, we will be paying 10% year over year for the foreseeable future if the tax rate stays the same. If you increase the tax rate, we're just going to be paying more than 10%. That's all it means. But yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are interesting statistics.
If I could.
Yes, you sure can.
So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Stevens, if
He-
we
he
could
wanted
talk
to respond to
offline,
you.
I'd be glad to show you. We've all paid, it's the same tax rate, okay? I don't get a different tax rate, but we can talk offline to show you. I understand what you're saying, that your home value goes up and the percentage is higher. I do understand that, but what we're talking about is the rate itself, and we can talk offline, okay?
Okay, all right.
I appreciate your comments, by the way.
You bet, and your research. It was good. Anyone else? All right, then I will close the public hearing at 9:13 and then move to agenda item number 7.6. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance approving and adopting the tax year 2024 tax rate for the maintenance and operations at 0.44021 and the interest and sinking fund at 0.044718 for a total tax rate of 0.484739. And again, this is our second read and we will vote tonight.
Comment?
Yes, comment, and then then again, we have to read the tax rate adoption notice, and it is a recorded vote. Okay. Mr. Campos, go ahead.
So the rate that you had up there in the prior presentation where it had what the no new revenue rate is, eventually it's going to be higher than what current rate we have.
Right, so the idea of the no new revenue rate is for you to collect the same revenue as the year prior. And so to Mr. Stevens' point, when he was suggesting that the hike and bike trail we budgeted this year, and so in order to come up with your tax rate, we take your hike and bike trail out of your reserve fund. It's not coming out of your expenditure. And so your revenues and your expenditures that's where you balance your budget. So your revenue portion is taken from your expenditure portion of what you're going to spend. Your hike and bike trail is coming directly from your general fund reserve. So it's not part of that tax rate.
Okay.
When we're calculating the tax rate. So I just.
Okay.
So it's difficult without all the needs that we have, which is going to be done at a future city council meeting. I think it may be apparent to the citizens that we are not collecting enough revenue to cover our expenses in the general fund, okay? We've done it through subsidies from the water, again, burdening the 67% of the households. It's really important because if it was spread among 100% of us, it's just putting it in one pocket into the other, but it's only putting it into certain pockets, and that's a disservice for the community. So I don't have any other comment other than that.
Okay, all right. Who would like to read the tax rate adoption, or did you have something else, Mr. Martinez? Go ahead.
I gave the other counselors this chart.
Okay.
On
right here.
On a.
Ooh, excuse me.
Hey.
Sorry.
I don't know what chart y'all are referring
He gave us the chart before the meeting.
You want a copy of it, Crystal?
100, 200, 300, 250. Okay. Yeah, you want to explain that, Mr. Martinez? And
I hate the idea that I have to wear these to see small print, but like on a $300,000 house, if we keep everything the same, the estimated Leon Valley tax is $14.54, and that's no change if we keep it the same. But if you add a penny, it's going to add $30 a year to your property tax. If you add 2 pennies, it's $60, and 3 pennies, $90, 4 pennies, $120. Or if you jump to the $350,000 estimated value, it'll add $35, 70, 105, and 140. But for a $250,000 house, where most of our houses are, adding a penny is going to add $25 a month to your property tax bill. And this is just Leon Valley. You mentioned you're paying $5,000, but that's school tax, that's hospital tax, that's all the other taxes included in that's on your tax bill. But we just have to look at the Leon Valley portion only. That's my comment. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
So I'd just say that this chart is very misleading as well. And to Mr. Stevens' comment on Mr. Campos saying paying the same tax rate, that may be true. But what's missing from this chart, Mr. Martinez, is you're saying on a home value of $300,000 and adding 1 penny, your tax only goes up $30. I'll sign up for that all day. That's great. The problem is a home that's worth $300,000 last year is worth $350,000 this year or the year before, and we're
Keeps going up and up.
we're capped at 10% increase. Bexar County's capped. They can only do 10% increases at a time. So you're guaranteed a 10% increase of your taxes from the previous year, plus the next year 10%, and the next year 10%, until it catches up to the market value of your home or the appraised value. And so this $30, it's only $30 on top of the $300 extra, or Councilor Stevens saying $600 extra that he has to pay this year. You're going to burden him with another $30 on top of that $600 that he's already paying. And then the problem is with the tax rate, we can change the tax rate a little bit, but if your house is frozen, this chart works very well for you. If your taxes are frozen, you're only paying the extra $30. You're right, 1 penny more, 1 penny more. But for the rest of us who don't have frozen taxes, this is a big concern. I'm in the same boat as Mr. Stevens, where it affects some of us a lot more than others. And I heard a good analogy the other day. You talk about, I think Mr. Yarnell was saying, we don't have all the things that we need, all the things that were in the budget. And that happens every year. We go through and we review. One of the things that got cut was the shade structure over the basketball court, right? We would love to have all this extra money and be able to afford all the things that's been requested. And the staff know this too. They try and go through their budgets and have to cut out stuff, but they kind of hope for what they can get, right? Depending on what the taxes bring in. But just to say that we need all this stuff, we need to raise the taxes, to me is, like saying, well, let me go through my home budget and, I need a swimming pool, I need a new Corvette, I need a big screen TV. I don't have money for this. Well, let me go to my neighbor. Hey, you need to pay for my pool and my Corvette and this stuff because I can't afford it. That seems to be the mentality of those that aren't affected by this increase when it's affecting those that have to pay it. And don't get me wrong, you pay the tax increase rate, but it's not going to hit you like those whose taxes aren't frozen. And if that's going to be the case, and really the the push, then I would say, let's repeal the exemption for those 65 plus and see what happens. That will bring in a lot of money for the city, right? I'm not advocating for that, but.
That was a vote back in 2007, so I think it would have to be another vote.
Right, it would have to go to the voters, and guess what, it would
and
tell
just
me.
FYI, I don't know if y'all noticed, but I think it was in May, Terrell Hills had a election to freeze the seniors' rate.
Exemption?
No,
Or to freeze it
freeze
so
their
that-
taxes, like
Okay.
we did back in 2007
Right.
here, and it was defeated. The young people came out and they said no.
Interesting.
So, I mean, I don't know if y'all saw that, but I thought that was very interesting because it passed in 2007 by a wide margin here, but it was, I don't know if we had a lot of discussion. You know, I don't think we personally, I didn't
Understood the
realize
impact
what,
of it.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, I
Exactly.
just, real quick, if I could just finish.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay,
Okay.
you're adding to the conversation, Mayor,
Thank you.
appreciate it. So I was just looking at history, though, of Leon Valley's. It's on the website under the department, finance department, and it has the tax rates all the way back to 1981. I don't know what happened before that. We don't have them, or just not on there.
I'm
But
sure we had it, but
there,
yeah.
somewhere. And actually, they were quite high back then, and then it came down in the 80s. But it's interesting. So we've been reducing the tax rate, even though the way we read this, it's an increase for the no new revenue. It really is still bringing in more revenue based on the no new revenue tax rate. Since 2014 was the last increase. So every year since then, it's either been a decrease or been same as the previous year. And I think that's a good track record.
And you found that on our website?
Yeah, it's on the
Okay,
website.
very good.
Compare the rates.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so, yes, Ms. Heil.
Dr. Caldera, what's going to happen with the money from the sale of the city property? It's $2 million. Where do we put that?
So you're going to have some infrastructure needs that need to be done. And so right now it's estimated 32,000 or 780 something thousand that the city's going to have to pay for infrastructure needs. I anticipate, and so whatever's left over after the sale, after you pay your broker, your whatever closing cost, after everything goes through, whatever's remaining would go into your general fund reserve.
But the money that we have to spend for the sidewalks or whatever we're spending for, that's not paid for until what, 25, 26?
So when we cross that bridge when we get there. So, we have to plat everything. I mean, we're still a little bit ways off from that, but yeah, you're looking 25, FY 26.
So the $733,000 will be paid out of the $2 million?
That was what one of the directions was, one of the votes, when y'all made the contract is what y'all voted on.
Okay.
At the time.
Okay. Is that what?
Was that?
Yeah,
Thank you.
is that what you were asking? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're back on the, we don't want to get off topic here, tax rate adoption. So may I have somebody to read that, and then we'll vote on it? Yes, Mr. Bradshaw. I'm sorry, that'd be all right. Go ahead.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.484739, which is effectively a 0.4188% percentage by which the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate percent increase tax rate. Maintenance and operations and interest sinking is allocated as follows: 0.440021 for maintenance and operations, 0.044718 for interest and sinking, 0.484739 total tax rate.
Okay. And may I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Campos to approve the tax rate adoption as read by Mr. Bradshaw for a total of 0.484739 for the 2024 tax rate.
This is roll
Any
call
further?
vote. Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
any further discussion? Just want to make sure. And then we do have a roll call vote. Mr. Martinez, you're first.
Yes.
Ms. Heil.
Yes.
And Mr. Campos.
Yes.
And Mr. Bradshaw.
Yes.
Okay, the tax rate adoption is approved unanimously. Thank you all very much. And again, reiterate our appreciation to Dr. Caldera and all the staff and all your work on
And
the
your budget is done.
Yeah.
Excited.
This is usually, we don't do this till September, y'all, so this is really, I don't know. We
Been
started
working on it
early.
since January,
Yeah,
so
I
it's
was
good.
going to say, we started early. so
Well, and I
that-
didn't
that
know
helped.
if y'all were going to have changes later on down the road or what we're going
Okay,
to have.
so the
we're
only
good.
major change is that 245.
And so we'll get
Okay.
you an updated budget and we'll get that posted. for you.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, so we've got another couple of agenda items. Number 7.7, discussion and possible action of an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14 Utilities, Article 14.11 Water Conservation and Drought Management, Division 3 Drought Management, Section 14.11.073 Definitions, and Section 14.11.074 Demand Reduction Measures to revise the definition of stage, revise allowed watering hours, add a surcharge to subsection C, and add number 1E and subsection E, stage 5, subsection 3E, stage 5, and subsection 8, drought surcharge appeal, and amend Appendix A fee schedule, Article 8, 11.000 water and sewer fees, Section A 11.001 generally, to add a subsection S critical period drought management surcharge to create fees for certain water usage thresholds during stages 3, 4, and 5 critical period drought management. And we did have a very robust meeting last time, August the 6th, but we wanted to come back because we had a few questions, and thank you, Melinda, for bringing us the update, and then we'll vote on it tonight. Thank you. Excuse me.
So at the last council meeting, y'all directed me to add an appeals process to the ordinance and create an internal policy for how that surcharge was to be applied and to be able to give customers some relief. You also asked to find out how many residents used over 20,000 gallons per month. So we went and looked, and just keep in mind this is a point in time most of the time because usage fluctuates month to month. So we found 35 customers using over 20,000 gallons per month. So I actually went in and did a test on about 15 of the accounts to see were they regularly using over 20,000 gallons a month, and they are.
Really? The 35 are?
Yeah.
Now, what's the
Not all 35. You know,
Okay.
you're going to have some that have
Right.
leaks. You're going to have some that, do something.
Okay, so out of the 35 plus 184, how many customers do we have total?
About 2,600.
Okay, so that's
Pretty low.
Yeah, pretty low. That's what I was going to say. 2,500 or 2,600 customers?
2,600.
Okay, customers total. Okay, very good. Thank you.
And
I'm
then
sorry.
I found that about 184 of those were using between 12,000 gallons and 19,000 gallons per month. Again, we went and checked. A lot of it's consistent, but there's also leaks. There's, different, they had family over for Christmas and it bumped up their sewers. So those kinds of things. So what we decided to do and bring back to y'all, we added the appeals section, we created the policy for those appeals, but we also removed any reference to a non-compliance fee. As Councilmember Campos had stated, SAWS did that to relieve the burden on their courts. When you only have this few customers, it's not going to overburden our court system. We already have code violation in place for water wasters, and they just go through our court system like any other code violation would go through.
Okay, so remove reference to non-compliance fee. Just explain that a little bit more to me.
SAWS has
so I know that.
not only a drought surcharge, but they also are now charging a non-compliance fee. So if you're caught violating, it goes by, first offense, second offense, third offense.
Okay.
And so there's no need with that few customers using
Okay,
over
so we
that
just
amount.
removed that. I think you had presented that last time, right?
Correct.
Yes, okay, so that's what you removed. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, go ahead.
So it doesn't go through the courts.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Y'all did
so-
that so that it didn't have to go through the
Right.
courts.
Right. So it is a fee, okay, and then they can appear and instead take some water training to make sure they understand the conservation, the need for conservation, and then the fees waived. But if it's done again, then the fee's imposed.
Okay,
So-
but we don't
it's-
have a fee at all.
It's administrative.
Okay,
It's
but
not
we don't have a
court.
fee at all now. You removed that.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't have to deal with that.
Correct. If we found a water violator, which we've done in the past all this time, we notify them first and tell them, hey, you've got a problem here. You're not watering on your right day or whatever. Give them a little education about it first. But on the second time, that's when we start issuing tickets.
Okay, and just go through the regular code
Correct.
enforcement and give them notice and then go to court? Okay.
Correct. Now, for
Whereas
this
y'all don't
portion,
have the
which is
court.
the drought
Mhm.
surcharge, this would affect people, if it's in stage 3 and they're using over 20,000 gallons, then for all sizes of residential meters, the extra charge would be $10.37. If we're in stage 4 and they're using over 12,000 gallons, so you see the reduction, then that $10.37 kicks in. So it kicks in a little. So that would, if those 100 and however many people it was, 85 people, were to keep doing that over 12,000, those would each get billed $10.37 for that extra usage.
For every 1,000 gallons used? Is that how that works?
Per month.
Per month?
Per month.
Per month.
Per 1,000
Okay.
gallons.
Per 1,000 gallons per month. Is that
This
right?
one is set up per month. Did y'all want to do it per 1,000 gallons?
I don't know. I was just trying to get a clarification because I didn't.
If my only penalty is $10 for the billing cycle, and I go over the 20, I'll pay the extra $10.
You're saying that that's not a
it's-
penalty.
I think the intent of this is for every 1,000 that you go
Yeah.
over. That it gets expensive, because we're gonna have to go find some more water.
Mhm. So I agree. For every 1,000, do you all agree? For every 1,000 over, then you pay $10.37 per 1,000?
Oh, I'm sorry, it is on there. She just pointed that out. It's right here. So it's per 1,000.
Right, per 1,000 gallons. Yeah, it already says that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that, because
It's been a while since I looked at this slide.
Okay. And you're saying that stage 5 follows stage 4, even though it's not on there?
Correct.
I think we talked about that last time. Okay, thank you. Okay, that was the only questions that we had then?
Yes, ma'am.
That we needed to have answers to. Any other questions for Ms. Moritz on this? And we've made the changes to the time.
Yes, thank you
right.
for that correction.
Yes,
I
the
found it was in
time,
Exhibit A.
exactly. And then also, you had stage 3 was every other week, and it's actually every week. And on your preferred day, you can water. But when it goes to 4, then it's every other week.
And what
So-
we'll do is we'll send out a flyer in that, we don't want to put this into effect until we send out the October billing. And so
The new
during that
fiscal year.
billing, we will, actually during the September billing, we will send out a flyer with the bill that says, starting next month, this is the watering hours, this is what the surcharge is. We'll do a whole information sheet and
Okay.
put that in with the bill.
Great, very good.
That also gives us time, because we cannot set this up in our Encode software system. It has to be done by Encode. So that gives them time too to set it up.
Okay, very good. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Yes, Mr.
I want to make
Martinez.
a comment. Thank you for getting the bills fixed. The line items are proper
yeah.
now. Before, you
okay.
couldn't read, your amount due was right on the line.
See, I'm on SAW, and that's very, very clear on SAW. You know exactly how much you owe. So, okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens, go ahead. Anyone else that has a comment, you're more than welcome to come and speak.
So overall, I think this is a good program. I liked actually what SAWS did. I think it's wise. We know water rights are expensive, but I do have a concern, and it's related to the commercial accounts. Can you go back one slide? Who is it? You?
I thought that was
Oh, it's right there.
1037 too, right?
Okay, so I do think, and it's good because you have the data to support the residential accounts. I think before you implement this for the commercial accounts, it could get very costly very quick for some of the businesses that may use a lot of water, like the aquarium or, again, I don't know.
Car wash.
And nor do you, unless you know stuff that's not on the slides. So I think it's important to understand, to fully understand the ramifications of this plan on the commercial accounts, and also the potential of what businesses might enter that don't currently exist, like a water bottling facility, right? Like they need to have a way out of this type of plan, maybe work with the city on some other type of infrastructure needs.
So the policy that's in the packet for this item, they would ask for a variance based on whatever their request is, and the council would make that decision.
So is that after they're penalized?
Okay.
Yeah, it goes to the Public Works Director, I thought.
Oh, it's for irrigation.
Just irrigation.
How is that figured? So what if they don't have a separate meter?
They do. The businesses, most of the businesses around here have separate irrigation meters.
Okay, so it's just irrigation.
That seems fair, yeah.
Okay, it's just irrigation. Okay, that clarifies it. Okay.
So I did.
Yes, sir. Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, thank you, Melinda, for pulling this data. I'm sure it wasn't super easy. But to make it more complicated, I don't know if you can. Right. You don't know what you don't know until you get presented data. Then you're like, I would also like to know. But, so, you said 35 customers used over 20,000 gallons per month. 184 used over between 12 to 19,000 gallons per month. The 35,000, based on our chart, we would say, okay, for every 1,000 gallons over, 10,000 gallons over, right? They would pay $10. What would that equate to in a month? What are we talking with the 35 customers? How much more did they use, and how much did it?
It varies. So
I know it's not always going to be the same, but I guess what I'm asking is, like, did we do any kind of say, if this would have been in place for the month of July, right, we would have brought in how much more for the penalty?
July, we had a lot of rain.
4 inches. Yeah.
Like I said, that was point in time. Let's get to the end of August and find out how many are using over 20,000. I have no idea.
Right.
So.
Right. So that's my point. I mean, I don't like to make decisions that you don't realize what
the consequences
what
are.
it's going to be. Well, what's the consequences? What does it look like? Right.
Yeah.
So, but that's also why we asked to add
the appeals process.
The appeals process, so that people can come back and say,
and
my water bill was $6,000.
We do have a water leak adjustment process too.
Right, and that was already in place. We talked about that.
But on that appeals section, I thought I read that it would go to the Public Works Director
for a recommendation.
And
then it goes to City Council because she doesn't want to do it.
For approval.
Right, okay. All right.
I would say no to everybody.
I just wanted that to be clarified, that I read that it was Public Works
Not
Director.
me.
Okay, you said recommendation, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't
And
know
then
if
it would
I saw-
come to council for approval, because I wouldn't agree to watering your
Right.
slab, would be water conservation.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, if it comes to me, and we give a recommendation and I go back and look in their bill, y'all are going to want to know that information.
Right.
So.
Or they could have had they could have had a viable, like somebody in here was talking about they should grow their own vegetables. Y'all may consider that a viable option, right? Like so.
That's right.
That was Teresa, yeah. Okay. All right, do we have enough information and we're comfortable with this policy, or do y'all need more information, or what do y'all? Okay, I mean, I'm leaving it up to y'all to.
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, very good.
To pass this ordinance as presented.
All right.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Campos and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve Agenda Item 7.7 as presented on the Water Conservation and Drought Management Program of the City of Leon Valley Water Company. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry unanimously. Thank you all very much. And then on number 7.8, I didn't understand this one.
So you don't, because
I went, this wasn't on our
Nope, Muni
agenda?
Code pulled it over by accident.
Okay,
So
all
it
right.
is a technical, but we have started preparing that calendar, so I did put a draft calendar, or not me, but Sandra put a draft calendar in front of y'all.
Oh.
So it's at your dais, so please take a look. It will be at the September
I gotcha.
3rd council meeting. It was scheduled, I mean, it's weird. So we're working with Muni Code.
I know.
It popped it in, and it just, we have no idea.
Okay.
And so if you look at the packet, it has all 23 dates in the packet, because it wasn't ready to go. It was scheduled for the next meeting. I checked her dates. The dates are correct. We don't know what Muni Code did. So technical difficulties on that part, but we did go ahead and prep you with a draft calendar, so you can start taking a look at that, and then we'll go ahead and present that item at the next meeting.
Awesome. So then we'll skip that one, and then requests from members of the council to add things to future agenda items. Dr. Caldera, I thought we are going to vote on water rates.
You are going to have to at
The
a future
next-
meeting. Well, I don't know if it'll be at the next meeting. We're waiting for the engineers to come back
Okay.
with, and actually I have a meeting scheduled with them tomorrow
Okay, but
morning.
you had made a comment that we hadn't, I guess it was that we have not increased water rates, but we have talked about it.
Correct.
And we are going to,
Right.
but we don't know what the numbers are yet.
What the numbers are going to be.
And I don't know when it's going to be at the future agenda, but I just wanted to
Yes,
clarify
so you
that.
have not, you have
Okay.
not adopted your water rates. We have
Okay.
discussed your water rates, and y'all weren't happy with those rates that were being presented at the time. So the engineers are
Okay,
going back and
just wanna
taking a look
clarify
at the
Okay.
numbers.
And then just a future that we talked about tonight, the general fund enterprise funding of the personnel cost, if we could put that on a future agenda as we discussed.
What are you talking about?
Well, the 245,000, yeah.
It's not, so we're just going to send you, you already voted on the budget?
No,
and we
I
will
meant-
send
No,
you-
for
I meant
next year.
For the
We're
next
talking about
year.
next
year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to wait until,
Yeah.
March or April of next year. I think we need to do it early because I don't know.
Well,
How's
you
that
won't
gonna
be, you'll be
impact our-
start to discussing that in January of next year. And
Y'all
so, but
feel
we will,
comfortable about that?
we will be discussing all of your infrastructure needs at the second meeting in September. And so,
That was the other one I had.
yes,
second
it's
meeting
all
in
of your
September.
infrastructure needs, but once I reallocate those salaries, when we prep your budget for next year, it will be prepped with those salaries already moved over. Does that make sense?
The $244,000 worth, but it's over $1 million.
What are you
Isn't
talking
it?
about? No.
The personnel cost?
No, ma'am.
I thought it
I mean,
was,
you're looking, if you want to allocate everything back over, and you've got other needs, because the staff utilization
yeah.
survey has personnel stuff, it's close to $500,000, not $1 million, about
okay,
$500,000.
well, a lot of money. Okay.
Yeah, so but you're doing half of it now. And so next year's budget, we'll take a look at what your tax rate is going to be, and we take a look at, it's too hard to have that conversation when we've just adopted this budget for next year's budget, when I don't know what we're gonna have in that budget cycle.
Let's keep it on our radar,
Yes, but
though.
I'll put it
Okay.
on your pipeline.
Yeah, put it
And
on
so-
the pipeline
and
if
so
you
we
don't
can
mind,
have it-
because, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
We just need to.
Because you
address
can't really
That's what
just-
you've been wanting.
Right, so we moved, you're doing 244,000 right now. And so if you want to move the other 250,000 back over into your general fund, you certainly do that, but you do that as part of your budget cycle. And so y'all, at that point, will take a vote or let me know, like, this is something I want to do. But to start discussing 2025's budget, 2026's budget, when we haven't even began the new fiscal year, it would really be premature. There'd be no way for me to have that conversation yet. Because I'd be looking at tax rates, what we're bringing in,
Okay,
any
that sounds
unforeseen
good.
stuff, so.
So
Thank
can
you.
I
Yes,
clarify
you sure
something,
may.
Mayor?
Go
So
ahead.
I don't think, at least my take wasn't, let's look at what our tax rate's
No.
going to be and how we're going to
No,
allocate the budget. My idea is we're going to take a framework and say, this is how we would like it to look with even just
So,
made up
like,
numbers. Or just use
reallocate,
this numbers.
yeah.
Use this year's budget numbers. And I think, Mr. Campos, that's kind of what you're really getting at, is like, what if we took out all the enterprise fund stuff that we're subsidizing right now and said, what would it look like if we
So I can give a presentation on that. I can
Yeah,
take a
and
look at.
instead of 50%, maybe 10%. I mean, I don't know.
Right, whatever
you know,
the right
to
allocation
reduce
is.
it.
That's what.
Yeah, but I can definitely give you that presentation at some point in the future.
Okay.
And
Mr.
what
Campos.
What I'd also like it to give a picture to the citizens. We saw it at the retreat. What are our needs in terms of health, welfare, and safety?
Sure.
Our fire, police, EMS,
Right.
personnel costs, equipment costs that are coming up that we need to address, as well as what are our enterprise fund, what do we need? And so that way, like, from what I'm understanding, we have over $33 million or $32 million worth of infrastructure needs. Okay, so how are we going to address that? We can't, if we have an emergency right now, how are we going to pay for that? You know, and from what we were told by Melinda, is that this infrastructure is so dated that a collapse or a break may happen at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So is it time to look at that in terms of, okay, is it a bond issue that we need to address?
Well,
You
I
know, how
think
much
that's
could
what-
we
That's
afford?
That's what you're going to do. You're going to bring it
Correct.
up to us, and
Right,
then we'll
and so
decide how we address
how
it.
you want to address it. And you can't go for a bond for $32 million. And so you're going to
No,
have to have a conversation of how the enterprise, whether it's taking the salaries out and putting them into the general fund so the water department can support itself, whether it's going out for part bond. You know, you're not going to be able to address all 32 million right away. You know, you're going to have to do that over a period of time. But the good news is from the water fund perspective, y'all have been meeting y'all's needs. I mean, we've got the water towers done. We've been doing, updating the equipment, your stuff like that. What's really pending, and Melinda can correct me, oh, she left already. is really your mains. All of your water mains, your sewer mains, all of that is what your aging infrastructure is.
And then the other item that I'd
Which one do you want?
circle back on is the revision to our impact fees.
Yes.
You know, in that, if you recall, we had a number for water that we could get it at the
At
time.
6,000, yeah.
At the time, that's
now
what the
it's
program was,
$12.
and it's astronomical now.
Yeah, now it's
Okay.
it's doubled, and so it's sitting at $12,000. But I think what we asked the engineers was to take a look at it at 11,000 to see if that really impacted your impact fees, and then if it did, then we would bring back the impact fees for y'all to have that conversation again. But the engineers are working on that. Y'all have already provided that direction, so as soon as that's ready, we'll bring that back to council.
And the reason why it's important is that we're having all this development, and
So
this
you
is
wanna-
the time.
Time to do it,
You
yes,
want to be able
absolutely.
to assess it, yeah. Okey doke.
I have one
Anything
thing.
else? Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I would like to look at the appointments, not the actual appointments, but the process of appointing people to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Right, because the other committees, we all choose somebody, and then the mayor appoints two normally, but Planning and Zoning,
The only one that's for is CPAC.
Yeah. I can tell you, it's just
thought they
people
were all that
apply.
way.
People,
Park Commission, you can vote whoever you want to vote in. Park Commission, Board of Adjustment, you can vote whoever you want on Board of Adjustment. Planning and Zoning. Normally, it is applications that come in, and they come
Yeah.
in. They come in.
By the
You
way,
don't have to vote on those applications.
first come, first served. That's the way I've always done it.
So she
Yeah.
puts it on, but you don't have to accept
don't have to
her,
accept them.
her recommendation or what's put in the packet.
Now, let me tell you, we have a potential Board of Adjustment meeting, and I mean, I have been scrambling to get people on that board, and I was successful. And it's hard to get people, y'all. It's not
Right.
easy. Thank you, Teresa. Yay, she's my fifth. I needed 5 people. She's my fifth
Good.
board
Still need
member.
more because you need alternates on that.
Well, I
committee,
know,
yes.
but I'm just saying, thank you.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I got 2 last
Good
weekend,
people.
but people don't want to serve.
It's
And
tough.
it's like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
So on that particular, I mean, when the manager says, Mayor, we've got 2 Board of Adjustment and you need 5.
Okay,
So
No,
I went out and solicited and I got
Good.
3 members, so,
good job.
Thank
So
you.
maybe, yeah, good job. For the future, because I just saw that the sign is up on 410, and I should have said it during the announcements, right? 410 in Bandera, the new
mean the
digital
digital sign?
sign.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's up.
Oh,
It's not
really?
working yet, but it's up. And then we have the one coming into town.
wanted
Maybe,
volunteers. Yay.
yeah,
You
maybe we do
betcha.
a little, in our time window, we put a little
Oh,
ad
thank you.
saying volunteers needed for Board of Adjustments, opening on
Well,
planning and zoning,
and-
something like that.
And I regularly send people personal notes and ask them to please volunteer. I do that.
Seems like it's the same
regularly.
people in a lot of them, though, right?
Well,
Like,
you know, it's just, I'm trying to get new people, but,
You just have to be careful because like your Board of Adjustments have to be Leon Valley residents.
right.
And the
they
majority of
can't
traffic.
serve on both boards. They
Board-
have to be separate.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right on that one, but maybe.
So, yeah, but if y'all have anybody, yeah, that's great. I mean, just encourage them to apply. So, okey doke. Thank y'all very much. It's been a good meeting, 9:49. Happy Labor Day. Don't labor too much, and we'll see you on September the 3rd. All righty, take care. Good evening.
What do you have to say something, sir? What are you, CIA?
Yeah, if I could talk to people like
Deep
this.
state? Part of the
For the
deep
voices
state?
in my head, I talk to myself.
Your government deep state?
I talk to myself. What's this? What's in here? It's
Pictures.